Being a sacred beast, Tamer is a super rare title that lets you control the insane power of monsters and beasts. Everyone just calls these things phantoms. Way out on the edge of the map sits the village of Grayella, where the moment a kid turns 12, a priest picks their entire future and hands them a full guide on their new job. Rock was totally blown away when he realized he was actually the tamer of these legendary sacred beasts. Amy was totally hyped about his new job and thought being a sacred beast tamer was the coolest thing ever. So even when he got all shy and admitted the priests were actually clueless, she just told him not to sweat it. Isaac and Cara were 100% sure Rock was going to crush this new mission. They gave him big smiles and told him he totally had this. Rock finally stopped stressing and felt super thankful for Isaac is going to be the world's #1 gladiator. Amy's becoming the ultimate sorceress. Carol's going to be a priestess who can heal literally anything. And Rock is set to be an epic tamer of sacred beasts. The squad mashed their powers together to build an absolute beast of an S-ranked team. The boys stood side by side with their hands held high, backing each other up, even though they were all heading toward different futures. He didn't want to miss a single second of their adventure, so he decided to have his friends' backs and help them make their big dreams come true. 3 years later, Rock finally makes it back home, but the moment he steps inside, he hears his friends plotting to kick him out for good. Isaac called him out, saying the guy talks big about training sacred beasts, but he doesn't have a single strong monster and just spends his time doing basic chores like a total amateur. Emmy tried to argue that they've always stuck together, but he cut her off, saying they're now a legendary S-class party that everyone is dying to join. They're officially done relying on someone who's basically just dead weight. They already had a powerful hero waiting to join, so this was the perfect chance to make their team way stronger. If this hero joins the squad, they're basically going to be kings, so they have to recruit him to level up their village and make their dreams come true. And while Amy was totally down, tomorrow they're dragging the hero to the Dungeon of Destruction to beat it and say goodbye to Roku. But Isaac's just wondering if Cara is seriously planning to wear that dress to the fight. She wasn't about to let anyone swipe that dress, so she brought it along and gave her friend a heads up so nobody would complain about the extra bag. Their talk ended right there, and while the guy wanted Amy to go tell Rock the whole story, she told him to just hold on for a bit. She was about to say more, but the quiet kid hiding nearby heard every single word and started freaking out, his face going totally dark as his heart sank from the pure pain and despair. Just like his friends warned, Rock still hadn't run into that holy beast yet, and while others got lucky, he used his divine powers to level up everyone's gear and make his friends. He basically did everything, from cooking fire meals and hauling heavy gear to busting out dance moves, spying on enemies, and making deals with the big guilds. He had zero clue why everyone was suddenly acting so cold and treating him so unfair. Brave Kid introduced himself with a huge grin, saying he was totally stoked to join such a legendary team for their dungeon raid. Rock was stoked to have the hero join the team, but Isaac just turned away with a look that said he totally hated the idea. The kid bowed and thanked God for the girl's awesome talents, and his polite manners made the leader instantly take a liking to the new guy. The hero told his assistant to be super careful with his gear, bragging that the stuff in those bags was worth way more than the kid could ever make in a lifetime. The guy instantly regretted opening his mouth, but then Amy dropped a truth bomb. He wasn't just some helper, he was a full-blown member of the squad, leaving the newcomer totally stunned that a kid like him could actually be part of such a legendary team. The kid totally thought he was just a servant, since he was hauling all that heavy gear, but Cara stepped in and told everyone they needed to get moving right now. Final choice. Before they head out, Isaac casually flexes his insane sword to Cara, a legendary gift from the king that's literally built for slaying dragons. This sword is supposed to be a legendary weapon that's basically impossible to make, but then Rock spots a tiny crack right on the blade. He didn't get to say a word because Isaac shut him down, ordering everyone to leave the kid alone and get ready to move out fast. The squad was super hyped as they went over the plan right outside the dungeon entrance. They knew they had to stick together to survive, with Cara stepping up as the team's healer. With their swords, suddenly, a scene from his childhood flashes right in front of him, giving him major déjà vu. And as the memories hit, he struggles to hold back tears while feeling that same old sting of being totally alone and helpless. Joy and sorrow were basically a package deal who always had each other's backs. But even though he wanted to make their big dreams a reality, it looks like he's officially out. Inside the Dungeon of Extinction, the friends kept screaming at the stone to hurry up because it was moving as slow as a turtle. Thanks to his terrain-sensing skill, the kid could basically tell exactly where and how many monsters were lurking in the dungeon. By following the map, they could sneak all the way to their goal. Isaac started yelling and rushed the guy without letting him explain. So the gladiator felt bad, apologized to Kid, and promised to get him to the boss right away. The guy confidently told everyone there were way fewer monsters than last time, promising the path was so safe that even a regular mercenary could just walk right through. Isaac asks if he's been here before, and Kid admits he hit up the dungeon right after it spawned with some wannabe adventurer. But he barely made it out alive when things went south. From then on, the kid refused to go into dungeons with anyone weak because he knew he couldn't count on them. So Rock gave the signal to wipe out the monsters and jumped right. Isaac started shouting again, totally fed up with how slow the kid was moving, and told him to hurry it up since the job was basically a piece of cake. The kids suddenly jumped in and pulled the loud guy aside to tell him the guide was taking the long way, leaving the whole group completely shocked. The guy starts screaming at his friend, claiming he's taking the long way on purpose just to play mind games and make the trip way harder for everyone. The second he started making excuses, Amy just shut him up with a massive slap to the face. She snapped at him, asking if he thought this was all just a game, and right then, he realized even she wasn't on his side. He was always explaining his paths, promising everyone they'd stay far away from any monster mobs. Everyone totally believed him and put up with the extra trouble just to stay safe. But eventually, that trust, the guys demanded the shortcut, even though it was crawling with monsters, bragging they could handle anything while dumping all the responsibility on him. Emmy told the gladiator to lock in because more enemies were about to swarm them, while the boy was still spiraling over why his childhood friends suddenly turned on him and started calling him a total waste of space. The whole squad stopped dead in front of these massive doors and just froze, knowing that whatever was waiting on the other side was going to be a total game changer. Still gasping for air after their long trip, the guys realized the final boss was waiting right behind those massive doors. Rock suggested they take a breather, but after he had to say it twice, everyone turned around and blamed him for them being so tired. Amy warned him that things were only going to get way more dangerous, while Kid felt like a total loser for not fitting in with the squad. Then some guy straight up called Isaac an idiot. So Isaac, the squad waited forever to find the right time to ditch him. But their patience finally hit zero. So they decided to kick Rock out for good the second they stepped out of the dungeon. They officially brought Kid into the squad since he proved he's someone they can actually count on. The boy knew exactly what the squad wanted, and every single one of them was totally down with the plan. Hyped up and feeling unstoppable, the squad charges into the final battle, shouting that they're the ultimate team and ready to wreck the big boss. He sees something from his childhood right in front of him, and it's so familiar that it feels like he's literally traveled back in time. He was told to look after a girl named Cara, and he totally thought he'd be the secret hero making big moves from the sidelines. Suddenly, the dungeon boss appeared, a massive grey wolf with a look in its eyes that screamed pure danger. Normally, grey wolves are just easy bosses for low-level E-rankers to beat, but this one had glowing silver fur, meaning they were actually staring down Fenrir, a legendary beast at the very top of the monster world. This monster is straight-up legendary, and even an S-rank hunter would have to go all out just to take it down. The smart move was to sneak away quietly without alerting Fenrir, but Isaac was way too cocky and claimed it was just a basic wolf that the whole group could easily handle. Rock tried to talk them out of their crazy plan, but the guys totally ignored him and charged straight into the fight. Things got ugly fast, and the whole squad just stood there frozen as they realized they were up against something way scarier than they ever imagined. The kid swings the legendary weapon, but it instantly shatters against Fenrir's armored skin and does 0 damage to the boss. The kid realized his plan wasn't working at all, and right then, the wolf let out a massive howl. The monster's stare was so terrifying that the boys couldn't even think about fighting back, but Cara was hit the hardest, freezing up in total shock and collapsing to the floor without any strength left to move. The kid yelled for everyone to run because his weapon snapped and he couldn't hold off the wolf anymore, but Isaac just shrugged it off and said the real fight was only just starting. The beast was so overpowered that dream damage didn't even faze it, so the heroes realized they were cooked and bolted immediately. The gladiator was super annoyed, but had to follow the group's lead, and Rock noticed the whole team was already hauling tail to get away from the monster. The kid suddenly jams his knife into the guy running right next to him, coldly saying that this is just the role he was forced to play. The guy's face twisted into a scary look of pure rage, showing everyone exactly how much he hated them. This was the king's backup sword, and the guy let Rock grab all the loot he wanted, calling it a final gift before he died. Kid walks right up to Isaac and asks to join the squad for real, and Isaac tells him he's officially in. The kid was just sitting there in total shock, wondering why his friends would do him so dirty, right as this massive beast started charging straight in to end him. It totally crushed her when Amy just sprinted past without a care, showing 0 loyalty while coldly asking him for forgiveness. He remembered all those promises with his friends to get stronger and have each other's backs, the way Cara trusted him to protect her, and how Amy said he was the real reason their whole squad even existed. He couldn't shake the memory, and it totally crushed him that his own friends stabbed him in the back. He didn't want to accept that it was game over, especially since the people who promised to help just ditched him to fight that monster all by himself. Fenrir opened his massive jaws to swallow him whole, but the kid just sat there, crying his eyes out, feeling totally alone and betrayed after everyone he loved abandoned him. The monster mocked how humans just leave their own kind behind to die, then promised to end the boy fast so he wouldn't feel a thing. Hearing that, the guy slowly turns around to face his killer, looking totally terrified and confused because he knows it's all over. The boy straight up asked the monster if it could actually talk like a human. The monster was totally shocked that Rock actually understood what it was saying. Turns out, talking to animals is just a special power for sacred beast tamers, and since the monster is finally free, Fenrir asks the guy if he's ready to keep the fight going now that things are actually getting interesting. Rock tried to back out of the fight and just hoped he'd make it out alive, but the wolf was bored out of its mind being stuck on this floor and wanted to have some fun. He wasn't about to let this monster's sick game be the end of him, so he suddenly reached into his bag and whipped out Isaac's breastplate. The guy tossed her straight at the monster with perfect aim. Her armor flashed bright in the dark, creepy dungeon. Smelling the magic and metal, the wolf locked on, totally hyped for its new toy. The wolf snatched it out of the air and stared at the guy in total shock, asking why he was even throwing stuff, but the boy just chucked the bib at him one more time. The monster stared at the moving object and snatched it up again, having absolutely no clue he was being played by a clever human trick. The wolf was totally lost, but he was having the time of his life with this new game, and thanks to his old pet-owning days, our guy knew exactly how to keep Fenrier hyped. He remembered the monster said even it couldn't break through that magic barrier, so he decided to offer a deal and flip the script. The guy nervously promised to go on a journey with the wolf if he could actually escape, and the wolf thought that was the funniest thing ever. He realized he actually liked the idea since Fenrir never lied, and the hero was totally blown away thinking a monster like that could actually be a real friend. A voice suddenly pops into the kid's head saying Fenrir wants to be friends, and even though he's confused, he remembers reading that hearing voices is the first big sign of being a teen. Everything was shifting right then and there, and since the guy and this beast were already super close, Fenrir felt his master's vibe and gave a little shiver to show he was totally ready to. A voice told him the wolf was officially his ally since he'd unlocked the mini-monster garden, and now his beasts could finally transform, but he was still totally clueless about where these crazy changes would lead him. He watched closely to see what would happen next, and it soon became obvious that Fenrir was literally bursting with a crazy amount of new power. The boy introduces himself as Locom Sistel and tells Fenrir he's hyped to meet him, and the pet makes it clear the feeling is totally mutual. He warned them that Fenrir isn't his actual name, since that's just what his whole species is called. The new favorite kept begging for a legendary name that showed off his insane strength, so his owner started thinking hard to find a title that matched his power perfectly. The owner seriously announces he's naming his pet Lucky and asks the wolf for his take, so Fenrir repeats it out loud to see if the name actually passes the vibe check. His new buddy was absolutely stoked about the name and felt like a total legend to finally have such an awesome title. A treasure chest suddenly pops up, and our guy is totally hooked. Turns out, if he wants Fenrir on his side, he has to crush the strongest monster in the entire dungeon. Inside the chest were two weird items, a bracelet and a massive leather collar with a bright red design that really popped. And Lucky was so hyped by how cool it looked that he begged his lock snapped on the bracelet to open his secret monster garden, giving him a private spot to train his squad whenever he wanted, when suddenly a voice he knew all too well started talking right inside his head. He stared at the watch, totally confused by the words mini monster garden, and trying to figure out how it linked to the device he just found. Out of nowhere, Lucky decided to show his owner the system and just slid right into the clock gears until he totally vanished. The boy checked to see if his pet was okay after the move, and Lucky's happy voice echoed from inside the clock, confirming he was finally back in his cozy spot. The wolf was totally hyped after that and told Locke he had to check it out, so Locke finally decided to dive headfirst into the wild world of the miniature monster garden. He takes one step, and suddenly he's in a whole new dimension, standing in a massive, super chill garden that's totally peaceful. The kid ended up in a tiny world and just froze, totally blown away by what he was seeing. It looked so incredible that he couldn't even catch his breath, and he felt super hyped, and it was super quiet and perfect for crashing, and even though it was small, it felt really cozy, Plus the weather was just right, and there was even a shed next door to stash all their gear. Out of all the magic gear out there, he's totally blown away to find a storage device that can actually pull living people and their friends into another dimension. When we asked about his plans, Locke said, even top-tier pros need a break, so he's going to spend his time hunting for more epic monster allies like Lucky. The creature thought the idea of making friends was a total joke, promising that a whole squad of powerful warriors would eventually join them to escape these tunnels. But the boy reminded him they had to actually beat this. Locke's zooming along on his wolf's back, and when the loyal beast tells him to hold on tight so he doesn't fall, Locke gives his buddy a huge thanks for always looking out for him. Fenrir's insane power and stamina let them tear through the distance way faster than anyone thought possible. There's a massive roadblock at the exit, but they're moving so fast that the kid tells his trusty partner to hang a right instead of heading straight. This totally shocks the wolf, since the straight path is the way out. But the boy warns him that going straight means running right into. His friend was totally down with the plan and felt way safer with someone so smart on his team, so they headed off to the right until the boy suddenly told Lucky to hold up. They stumbled onto a massive pile of dead monsters, and Locke realized they could make some serious cash and even cook up a feast, making Lucky super hyped for lunch while Locke switched straight into resource-gathering mode. The loyal beast was blown away by his master's genius plan to collect and store resources, and the second the boy hopped on his back, he just knew he could make the whole thing happen. He told his favorite wolf Lucky to try the trick again, but Lucky totally fumbled it and smashed the prize into tiny pieces, leaving the poor guy so upset he could barely hold back his tears. Fenrir owned up to going way too hard and breaking the material, so he promised to be super careful with his claws as he activated his folding power again to fix it. The material gets wrecked again, but the guy stays totally chill and reminds them of the golden rule. You can't damage the loot while you're gathering it. They better be ready to handle some serious trouble. Wind sadly paws at the magic barrier, knowing it's the only thing keeping it from being free. This enemy was way too tough for the wolf to handle alone, and even though their journey was short, it was a total blast that he'd never forget. The owner told his buddy not to give up and to use the secret portal in the mini-monster garden to sneak past the barrier, while Loki warped straight into the clock dimension to back him up. There was no promise they'd make it through, because that barrier was insanely strong, and honestly, nobody knew if crossing it safely was even possible. They slipped through the barrier like it was nothing, and back in the real world, the wolf was hyped to see his master clear that obstacle with total style. The guys finally made it out of the dungeon and didn't run into any trouble at all. Fenrir gave his master a huge thanks for finally setting him free after years behind bars, and Lucky is already hyped for their next big mission. Locke's sticking close to his new allies, hoping to bond with them and turn this group into a legit team. The boy held out his fist to show he trusted the monster, and Lucky leaned in to touch it with his nose to seal their new bond. This one little move was a total game changer, marking the first time Locke and someone from Fenrir were actually friends. Over in the capital city of Kronto, everyone was freaking out because a massive wolf was literally taking up the entire town square. Fenrir was standing right in the middle of the street, and the guy realized it made total sense that everyone was panicking because of how massive and scary it looked. The guards at the guild scramble into battle mode when they see a massive grey wolf charging in, but Locke desperately tries to stop them, yelling that the beast is actually his pet and won't hurt anyone. The soldiers completely ignored him, but right then, the guild doors flew open, and Rika, the head administrator, stepped in to settle the whole mess herself. She gives him a super warm welcome and he's totally vibing. But now the big question is if he's actually going to dive into that terrifying flame of destruction dungeon with the rest of the squad. Rickon spotted a massive dog with the boy, but he quickly told the girl it was actually his pet Fenrir, and she was totally blown away to realize she was meeting a legendary beast that was actually... The girl hyped him up for becoming a tamer since it's such a rare achievement, while a guy in the crowd completely lost it, seeing the legendary Fenrir acting like a loyal pet to a regular kid. The admin says the animal has to be registered to join the team, but Lucky is already passed out in the square, snoring through all the chaos. After they signed up, the girl excitedly asked where the rest of the squad was, and the guy was shocked they hadn't shown up yet, so he told her how that jerk backstabbed him. Rika checked to see if Locke was okay, and luckily he was totally fine, since Kita's sword was way too dull to do any real damage. And the administrator even mentioned that Kita's reputation has been absolute trash lately. The rumors started when this jerk joined a B-rank squad to raid the Ruin Flame dungeon. But the mission was a total disaster, and only he and one other person made it out alive. Word started spreading that he actually used his friends as bait and sacrificed them just to save his own skin. Locke knew the rumors were totally right, so when she asked why he was the one getting targeted, he turned pale and admitted he felt like the most useless person on the team. Rika was totally confused because she thought Locke was the team's MVP, and even Locke was surprised since he felt like anyone could do his job. But the second they hit the dungeon, he got kicked out and left her in total shock. The admin claimed he was a fraud, but this guy is the only reason they're S-rank, and without him, they'd totally crash down to B-class. Locke insisted they weren't overrated and that the demotion was a total mistake. But the girl snapped back that betraying the team and breaking the rules are huge deals that have to be punished. They never even made it out of that S-rank dungeon, which totally shows their real level since they just stayed behind with the kid. He tried to help his old crew, but the admin stopped him and warned that they'd just backstab him again like last time. Locke totally agreed with her, but he made it clear he was really there to grab the gear he'd left behind in the dungeon. The river totally got what he was trying to do and let him pass right through. As he stepped outside, his loyal pet was already busy playing with a crowd of kids who were totally obsessed with the strange creature. The master told him to head out on a journey, but the pet shut him down, saying he wasn't going to let the same people backstab him a second time. He realized Lucky was totally right and knew this was his last shot to help people who couldn't trust anyone, so he made sure to set some serious boundaries. The beast was totally down with the master's choice and didn't even try to argue, while all the kids crowded around to wave a tearful goodbye to the friend they'd grown up with. That choice was a total win, and now that they're finally in sync, the two of them are hitting the road for their next big adventure. Over in the Flame of Destruction dungeon, Kid is totally losing it on his friends because nobody can remember the way out without a map. Isaac told him to chill since he was lost too. Cara pointed out that Locke was their real navigator, and Kid totally lost it because these S-rank legends were suddenly acting like total rookies, which caught everyone off guard. The guys from the 10th floor showed up and told the hero to quit whining since he's trash with weapons too, making Kid super annoyed because they took a shortcut and shouldn't be running into this many monsters. He was sure the monsters would get weaker as they went down, but they actually just got way stronger, and he had no clue how to handle it. The squad takes a quick breather to recharge, and Isaac hypes them up by promising that the monsters on the 4th floor will be way easier to handle, so they just have to keep pushing until they... The guy tries to ask about Kid's sword, but Kid shuts him down and tells him to worry about his own blade since it's already in perfect shape. He said he grabbed the sword from a shop in the city and even after tons of use, there isn't a single scratch or bit of rust on the blade. So the hero, Kid Popples, stared at his weapon and wondered how he got stuck with such a bunch of losers, making another guy snap back and ask him what he just said. He says everyone is totally missing the point, because the only reason they're even alive is thanks to their patron's divine protection. Hitting rank S in under 3 years is basically impossible. And even though the guys tried to say it was all thanks to their talent, Kid shut them down and told them they only made it because of their old friend's blessing. One line out. The input is 2 sentences, but presented as one block. I will provide one single line of text. You can only get divine protection if a wizard is nearby, and it turns out the squad had god-tier protection this whole time. But they never even thanked the wizard who made it happen, and now they're all totally losing their minds. Basically, the squad was actually just B rank, and the only reason they ever hit S rank was because the mage was totally carrying them. The vibe got super tense, as Isaac realized the only reason he even hit S rank was because Locke totally boosted his stats. He remembered how his friend got all the glory while he was stuck being told he just needed to get better. Even after he quit, this guy was still the absolute GOAT, but the gladiator was being totally delusional and taking credit for every win, making Amy look at him like he'd completely lost. The hero thought the kid was a total liability, so he started checking everyone's stats, asking Cara if she could heal them once or twice before turning to Amy to see how they were actually going to win this thing. Once he saw she was a magic battery and a total pro at fighting, he started cooking up a strategy that played to everyone's strengths. To get to the 4th floor, the crew has to get past 5 orange ants, but since these bugs will definitely call for backup, charging straight in is way too dangerous. The boy tells the healer to patch everyone up and sets the formation. Isaac leads the way, the mage and healer follow right behind, and he'll stay in the back to watch their rear, which Cara totally agrees with. With the whole squad back on their feet and ready for the plan, the order finally dropped. Don't look back, just smash right through. Out of nowhere, Kid pulls a slick move and catches Cara totally off guard from behind. The guy gave her a sarcastic, "good job," for healing the team, thinking she was totally useless now. But she was actually happy because she could finally be the perfect bait to let everyone else escape. Cara was completely frozen in shock, crying her eyes out as she begged her friends to stay and save her from this total nightmare. They ditched her without a second thought, leaving her totally terrified and alone right before she was taken out in an instant. Isaac demands to know why he killed Cara, but the guy just says he had no choice because her sacrifice was the only way to save everyone else. He promised the dungeon's secrets would stay buried, dragging the boys into this dark mess as accidental partners. The guys were left totally speechless, but Kid explained that having the servant there was actually a massive win, since their betrayal would be the ultimate proof that they were all part of the crime. The guy was totally disgusted to be stuck with a bunch of losers and told them he was done helping, but Isaac told him to pipe down because he wasn't actually as tough as he acted. The gladiator charges in with everything he's got, but his hits don't even scratch these 4th floor monsters. And even though he was just wrecking giant ants, these guys, Isaac remembered the hero's words and finally let his guard down. But right then, the enemies totally blindsided him from behind. Out of nowhere, Locke charges in on a massive wolf and starts wrecking those giant ants. That lucky attack blasted the insects everywhere and flipped the whole fight around, leaving the guys standing there with their jaws on the floor. Isaac said this guy should have been dead a long time ago. The guy shut that down and told them he literally just crawled his way back from the depths of hell. The pit actually thought about finishing off its teammates right then and there, since the dungeon walls would keep the secret forever. Emmy begs her partner to rescue Cara from the 5th floor, and Locke is totally blown away to find out Emmy went through the exact same heartless betrayal. Kid insisted a sacrifice was the only way to save them, making Tamer snap and call everyone total scum, while Lucky just laughed at how ridiculous it was for the guys who betrayed him to suddenly beg for his help. It was a total reality check since they'd been acting without thinking, but their master just ordered them to keep moving. The beast could tell the kid was a total saint, so it figured that messy dress on the bags had to be Kari's. Suddenly, the wolf made a huge face like it just smelled something nasty. They headed out, leaving the rest of their old team in the dust. Once they hit the 5th floor, the crew went all out against a massive wave of enemies and took them down one by one. A massive swarm of ants poured out of their nests after catching the scent of blood, and even with Fenrir's insane power, there were just way too many of them to handle. The guy rushed over as fast as he could to save his loyal pet. With Lucky standing right there, the owner felt totally invincible and wasn't scared of anything. They actually pulled off the win, leaving the floor covered in a pile of defeated monsters. The wolf hyped up the kid for his insane battle skills, and the boy admitted that was actually the first time he'd ever moved like that. These two were an absolute dream team that could crush any challenge, and the kid reached out to pat his pet's nose to celebrate their massive win and the unbreakable bond they shared. Now, the squad had a brand new mission to find missing Cara, and Fenrir pointed straight ahead, claiming their target was right in front of them. The girl was lying there completely still in a massive pool of blood. Locke stood right next to her, giving her a super sad look. He flashed back to the girl who brewed those awesome healing potions and how she truly thanked him for always having her back. Locke was kicking himself for being late and missing his chance to help. And since Cara was the one who helped make the healing potion, he felt like he was the one who owed her a massive. She suddenly snapped awake and gave a tiny smile, making everyone around her burst out laughing in total shock. She whispered, wondering why he was there if she wasn't in heaven yet. And then Cara admitted she felt terrible for betraying him because she knew she couldn't take back the bad things she'd already done. He cuts her off right there, saying none of that matters anymore because the girl is officially dead and they've got a way bigger problem to deal with. That massive threat was Fenrir, the terrifying guard of the underworld gates, and they were headed straight for a super dangerous fight they couldn't avoid. Cara took one look at him and passed out again, right as the guy realized that the beast guarding the gates of hell was actually Cerberus. Just as they were leaving, the guy asked his favorite subordinate to carry the injured girl, and he agreed only because he respects his master, but warned him that this was strictly a one-time thing. Locke thanked Gardley, but he was totally caught off guard by how nice his friend was being, and that's when he spotted a super weird passage right next to them. They finally found the nest of those mean orange ants, and since they're Lucky's favorite snack, he starts jumping for joy and charges straight in while his owner chases after him, screaming for him to wait up. They saw rows of giant orange ant eggs all lined up, and the pet was straight up drooling at the sight of them. One egg was a totally different color, while the rest looked like they'd been straight up squashed from the outside. Suddenly, the egg snaps open, and a massive swarm of angry orange ants starts pouring out of the crack. The kid screamed his head off as weird creatures crawled out of the egg, and one aggressive ant waved its legs and straight up called him Dad. Locke was totally floored when those bugs started calling him Dad, so Lucky explained that the guy actually delayed the trip because he knew there were girls waiting outside, leaving Locke completely lost and trying. A voice inside his head told him the orange ants actually wanted to be friends and asked if he'd join their whole colony. Locke knew they just totally destroyed those orange ants, but since leaving them behind was way too risky, he decided to just take the deal and become their friend. Just like that, every single one of those orange ants was officially under his command. The ants shifted into human forms, and a weird voice warped the whole squad into a tiny garden. Locke says he's heading to the mini-monster garden and leaves his pet to watch over Cara. So while his loyal sidekick gets right to work, Locke takes off. The voice tells him that making 6 new monster friends will totally level up his garden. It says he should pick 6 things he wants to upgrade. This is a huge first for him. And Locke decided to level up the river, the pond, his house, and the fruit trees. He was sure that making this dimension bigger would give him a massive field to work with. Suddenly, the guy froze in total shock as his tiny garden blew up into a massive green field, and way off in the distance, he could see a whole army of ants working like crazy. They were actually hyped to do chores in their massive, newly upgraded room. He asked what those tiny helpers were up to and realized the ants were actually sorting through all the rare loot from the monster he just destroyed. Locke didn't think these tiny guys could handle the job, but they told him this was exactly what they were born to do. One of the girls shyly asks if he's been a good boy and calls him Dad, and even though he's totally caught off guard, he just smiles and gives her a sweet head. She burst out laughing, totally having the time of her life. The guy finally figures out that being called Dad isn't nearly as bad as he first thought. He was also super curious about her tiara, thinking it was probably there to show she wasn't just some regular orange-colored girl and was actually one of a kind. Locke tensed up, knowing he couldn't drop his guard for a second while that guy just waved goodbye and left the rest to his swarm of ants. Lucky felt his owner return right away and warned him that a total disaster had struck, making the boy panic as he asked what happened to Cara. Every single egg ended up being totally empty, so the favorite didn't even get a taste, leaving the guy feeling completely crushed and super disappointed. The master promised a massive, tasty feast once the job was done, and hearing that, finally let Locke relax a bit. Back at the massive Adventurers Guild in the capital, the owner ditched Lucky outside again and apologized for totally forgetting something. The wolf just followed the order and stayed totally still, waiting for his master to show up. Out of nowhere, that annoying voice he knew all too well cut through the quiet, making him freeze up as he looked around to see where it was coming from. The kid was desperately trying to clear his name, swearing that even though his party pulled the stunt, he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Isaac shut them down, saying the whole squad is being blamed, so it makes 0 sense to only call him and Kid to settle the drama. Rika told everyone to just sit tight for Mr. Locke, and the second that mysterious guy finally showed up, she beamed with joy and promised that everything was going to be totally fine now. They both swore they were innocent, so the kid walked right up to the guy and demanded to know why the guild was making up such crazy, fake stories about them. He spilled everything, explaining how the 4th floor monsters were a total nightmare, even with an S rank on their side, then admitted to using Cara as bait and hurting her on purpose on the 5th floor before remembering he'd done the exact same thing to someone else. The kid remembered running from Fenrir and stabbing him with a knife, but Isaac jumped up and told him he had no clue what they were even talking about. The kid told his friend to chill, then turned to Mr. Locke and said that getting kicked out of the S-Class party doesn't give him the right to go around spreading lies. The guy had 0 proof to back him up, but he was actually stressing over something else, totally blown away by how this creep could lie with such a straight face, while the tension in the room finally shut down those fake accusations. The kids shouted that it's totally messed up to point fingers when you don't have any real proof. He reminded everyone he's the kingdom's official hero and threatened to tell the king everything right then and there. He finished his speech, looked the other guy right in the eye, and asked if he actually got the point. Locke realized things were getting serious and called for a quick timeout, pulling out a piece of the thief's blade to press it against the hole in his armor. The blade fit the mark perfectly, and when he looked over to see if Kid was convinced, he saw the guy standing there, completely frozen in shock. The hero tried to wiggle out of it by claiming the kid hurt himself and looked at Isaac for backup, but Isaac stayed dead silent, making the hero realize he was totally cooked. Locke demanded to know what happened to Cara and warned them things were about to get ugly, while Amy was left totally shaken by what she saw. The witch collapsed to her knees, crying and begging for forgiveness because she felt like everything was her fault. She was totally beating herself up for being too late to save her friend, even though she was. Kid coldly said the girl died because she was too weak to protect herself, and his crew had nothing to do with it, leaving Walk to repeat the words in total shock, like he couldn't. This guy admits he stabbed a girl in the back, but a brave dude points out that since there's no proof and the victim can't talk, finding the truth is basically impossible. The trainer wakes Cara up and tells her to point out the guy who jumped her. She wakes up thinking it's all a prank and lets out a massive scream. Amy is standing there, totally lost. The priestess gave everyone a super friendly good morning. Emmy was so hyped she ran right up to give her a big hug. But then Locke grabbed everyone's attention by pointing off. Cara totally lost it and charged the villain, screaming about how he used her as bait while mockingly calling him a literal killer demon. The whole town turned on the kid, trashing him for even pretending to be a hero. He tried to argue and save his reputation, but it was honestly a lost cause. Rika, between backstabbing his friends, trying to kill them, and breaking every rule in the book, there's no way this guy should still be called a hero. Locke asked if he was good to go. The receptionist said yes and thanked him, but right then, someone called out his name. Isaac dropped straight to his knees. Isaac started apologizing like crazy, saying he had no choice, but even after admitting he messed up, he was still desperate to keep his S-Class title. Locke got right in Isaac's face and demanded to know if he knew the kids were planning a murder this whole time. Isaac had no clue what that question even meant, but Locke chimed in, saying he'd heard a rumor on the way to the dungeon that some kid was joining their squad. He was sure this pro-gladiator had been planning to take him out for ages and was just waiting for the perfect moment. But his old buddy totally denied it, swearing he was only doing. Isaac bragged that he was the reason the Tamer hit S-rank, but Rika shut him down instantly, saying they only became top-tier adventurers because of Lord Locke's smart moves. Seriously, this guy was the only S-Class powerhouse in the whole squad, while his partner was stuck way down at B-Class. Rika was totally sure that even if Mr. Locke brought a whole squad of weak E-rankers, the result would have been the same. So the guy begged the secretary to stop. Isaac challenged the trainer to a duel. If he loses, he'll finally give in. But if he wins, he gets to walk away a free man. The admin and Mr. Locke gave the green light for the duel, but the guild wanted to test him by making him lead a team with a weak E-ranker for a massive reward. Since it had been forever since his last real mission, he was totally down for it. And the secretary started naming everyone on the other team. Isaac, Cara, and Amy were hanging out at the party, but the other guy was banned from the events because he was a prime suspect in a murder case. He kept shouting that they had zero proof, but then someone in the crowd stepped up to tell everyone exactly what happened. So this witness was actually part of that famous Class A team, Black Spear, and back in the Extinction Dungeon, the kid's friends totally trusted him and thought he was a legit, honest guy. He rushed back to the city to tell everyone the truth and help his friend, but nobody was going to believe some random adventurer over a famous hero. The traveler felt totally crushed by guilt for failing his friend. But the administrator told him that even a hero's fame can't hide the truth when there's real proof of a crime. Kid bragged that he shouldn't have even bothered with this weak company since he's got absolutely nothing to lose. He sarcastically jokes that he totally forgot to say why he's being busted, since he's sure they don't even know why they're arresting him so fast. Mr. Locke told the hero to stop starting drama and stay out of trouble. But Kid fired back that he's not the type to back down, and he'll fight anyone to keep his spot. The young hero dramatically held his sword to Amy's throat to show off, while the rest of the crew begged him to stop and just try to fix things with the guild. The kid was super stubborn, walked away, and told them straight up he was done with their pathetic group. Locke is begging for the girl's life, but the hero cuts him off and warns that if he doesn't want to get everyone killed, he needs to back off and let them through right now. The guy warned them to stay back if they didn't want to be monster food. Then he sped away, holding his weapon and the girl. The whole squad sprinted after the runner to save the girl he took. No need to freak out, though, because she was totally safe, and her best bud Lucky was just chilling right by her side. The wolf rushed over to his master, all hyped up, to see what he thought of his work, making sure to be super gentle so he didn't scratch the kid with his big paws. Mr. Locke thanked his buddy for the clutch save, and since they teamed up perfectly, they took down the villain without making any noise at all. The kid fought back hard when the guard tried to slap the cuffs on, jerking his arms away and ripping right out of the officer's grip. The master gave his loyal assistant a massive thank you, but the guy just shrugged it off and said it was no big deal. Their loyal friend ran over and handed back all their gear that he'd been keeping safe the whole time. Emmy walked up looking super shy, hung her head low, and mumbled a quick apology because she was totally dying of embarrassment. Mr. Locke told him to stop apologizing and quit being so hard on himself, but Isaac just grabbed his head in despair since the big competition they'd been waiting for was officially cancelled. He was totally stuck and had to let his old partner back on the squad, letting out a huge sigh because the whole situation was just straight up ridiculous. Mr. Locke totally shut down the idea of joining his old team, but Cara stepped in and told everyone that after all the backstabbing he's faced, he deserves a real shot to prove himself in her crew. He was totally stunned because she ditched him when things got dangerous, so he told her straight up he'd never be on her team while she kept trying to make excuses for herself. Cara totally called out Isaac, saying he's the one who called Mr. Locke a total loser, but Isaac fired back that it was actually her idea, until Amy finally stepped in to stop the drama. Even though this guy was totally carrying the squad through those deadly dungeons, everyone just pretended not to notice so they could act like they were all just as strong as him. The girl straight up admitted that the whole mess was totally the group's fault. The admin stepped up and told everyone it was finally time to start the test. The guy felt super awkward and apologized for making everyone wait. Once everyone calmed down, Rika started explaining exactly how the contest works. It kicks off with a C-rank test and gets tougher. Isaac called the tasks a total joke, telling the secretary she's seriously sleeping on their skills and that he's not scared of losing one bit. They've got just 1 week to track down an orange rainbow dragonfly egg, dragon scales, claws, a fang, or fresh emeralds to clear this mission. Locke thought the job was easy, but he still asked Isaac if he was making a mistake, and his old friend snapped back that he wasn't ditching them since he could still. He blew up, having no clue why they were even questioning him like that. The secretary asked if he was planning to bail on the team now that they were S-class. The gladiator, the guild's got the full scoop on every mission they've ever done, like how Cara can't stand Oregon, Amy's scared of demon bugs, and Isaac totally freezes if he even sees a frog. Locke knew the guild was sending a warning that anyone who breaks the rules is gonna pay. The gladiator stepped up and promised they'd finish the job for sure. While the secretary waited for news, she introduced the boy to an E-rank adventurer, and since the owner said they'd be running late, Lucky just chilled out and waited like a good boy. When asked what he hated about teamwork, he said he couldn't stand betrayal or people ignoring orders, since he's the one responsible for keeping everyone alive. Locke's totally confused and asks if they should really be doing things this way. But the girl says it's totally normal since she's actually the guild's deputy director with some crazy hidden powers. Rika made it clear she wasn't just some pretty face, and the guy suddenly remembered she'd actually been running the guild for the last 3 years. She's still a total knockout and looks exactly the same, but she claims she's gotten older and heavier at the guild. So when she asked what was happening, Locke explained he was just trying to find his true partner. The secretary saw she was in a crazy situation, but he didn't think she'd turn on the team, and he was actually pretty curious to see what her deal was. Rico wasn't totally sold on this, but since their new friend was meeting them at the training ground soon, she really hoped Locke would put her in her place as they both headed. Suddenly, this super graceful girl shows up right in front of them, but she's wearing a collar. The boss introduces the stranger as Shannon, and our guy realizes right away she's an elf and a total newbie E-rank adventurer. This girl had a slave collar clamped right around her neck. The secretary told them the elf didn't just join the guild the regular way. It turns out she's actually a slave and an Ishso. Locke was totally lost. So Rick broke the news that the last 5 people who owned Shannon all ended up dead in some really sketchy accidents. It all looked like a crazy string of accidents, with 2 natural deaths, a poisoning, a cliff fall, and even a demon attack. But since her old owner was tied to the guild, Locke was sure all these back-to-back deaths weren't just a coincidence. So Shannon revealed she's a Dark Reaper who knows the guy didn't want to die and warned Locke to turn down the job immediately. The guy tried to calm her down and said this was just a one-time deal, but she thought he was threatening her and started fighting him right away. She stopped her blade right at the guy's throat and warned us that since we're too weak to even dodge, we shouldn't even try to contact her again. The tamer was totally lost on why she was acting so weird, and Shannon was just as frustrated that he couldn't see things from her side. The girl snapped that he was basically walking straight to his death, leaving Locke totally lost and confused. Shannon explained she was forced into a life of slavery just because she refused to live her life to the fullest back then. Now, fate had her totally boxed in, leaving her with 0 freedom to do. She was totally sick of watching another person die the exact same way. The guys felt so bad for her as she tried to hold back her tears, but she was still quietly sobbing. Locke figured out that if he could just outmatch her in guts and experience, he'd be able to stay out of trouble. Forget logic. He just couldn't bring himself to ditch a friend who was that sweet. Shannon told him to shut up, but he refused to back down, and seeing how brave he was made her struggle to keep from crying. She finally saw that this guy was way too tough to quit and would never back down from his goal, no matter what. The elf wanted to show him just how serious things were, so she charged right in and started flexing her insane combat skills. The kid was holding his ground by dodging and parrying every fast hit, but she was naturally super quick and swung her weapon like she'd done it thousands of times before. He knocked the weapon right out of her hands and told her that even though her moves were perfect, they were way too easy to read, ending the fight right then and there. The raging elf lunges forward again, shouting that she's never lost a single fight in her life. Locke thought Shannon's basics were solid, but her fighting style wasn't what he needed. So he grabbed her hand, warned her it'd sting, and pinned her to the ground in one smooth move. The kid says the fight is over, but the Reaper isn't having it. Even though he lost, the Reaper is sure the boy is going down with him. But the guy tells him Shannon just said she's a goner anyway, since everyone else who talked like that ended up dead. She stood her ground and told them that losing just wasn't an option. Locke was super confident and told Shannon he was finally going to show her why he can't be killed, warning her to stay calm so she wouldn't pass out when he revealed his big secret. The guy pulled the legendary Fenrir right out of his mini garden, and the elf was totally blown away. This monster showed up and let out a magic wave so intense you could actually feel it hitting you. Suddenly, this massive beam of power blasts out of Lucky, making the whole room light up with crazy sparkles. Shannon's jaw hit the floor when she saw the legendary Fenrir acting like a loyal pet and following some random kid's every command. Locke gave his cool pet some love, but the girl was still totally lost and had no clue who this mysterious guy actually was. Someone shouts for her to wait, and surprise, it's her brother who was low-key following her again. Shannon had a little brother named Seth, who was 5 years younger, and since they grew up in a normal elf family, they totally thought their lives would be chill and peaceful forever. Then one day, Seth just vanished into thin air inside that creepy forest of feelings. Her parents were searching everywhere for her brother, while Shannon was stuck at home running the whole place. Her parents had her grounded, but the second she realized her brother was in trouble, she couldn't just sit around and bolted out to check the very last place he could be. This was a super old mansion that belonged to an insanely powerful wizard. Kids used to play all the time in this place called the Forest of Affection, which was a huge symbol of the forever bond between human wizards and elves. Hidden deep in this creepy forest was a massive mansion owned by a super strong wizard, and only the chosen ones were actually allowed to step inside. Even after hundreds of years, the mansion looks exactly like it did when she was a little kid. There's no rot or even a single scratch on the place. If Seth isn't out, nobody had lived here for ages, but there wasn't a single speck of dust, and the girl was totally freaked out by how weird the whole place felt. Shannon screamed for her brother at the top of her lungs, just praying he'd actually answer her. Suddenly, she spots her brother lying completely still on the massive wooden table right in the middle of the room. She rushed straight to him while his heart was going nuts and he could barely breathe, so they had to get him home ASAP. Suddenly, a massive black eye popped up right in front of her, looking totally evil and dangerous. The elf stared at the weird sight, totally confused, when suddenly the massive mansion doors slammed shut and trapped her inside. She hauled her beat-up brother onto her back, but couldn't get the door to budge, right as that creepy giant eye appeared again to ask who it should save. Shannon yelled to save Seth, and that creepy black eye slowly started to shut. Suddenly, those black eyes blasted a massive wave of energy right at her, knocking her out so hard she completely forgot everything that happened next. Shannon wakes up back in her own bed, and her brother is standing there with a huge grin, acting like all that wild stuff from yesterday just happened. She hoped it was all just a dream, but then some seriously weird stuff started happening that proved her wrong. Everyone around her started dropping like flies, and the body count just kept climbing. Then the day they were all dreading finally hit, and their favorite horse passed away. Shannon tried to warn her parents, but they just ignored her, so she realized she had to save the family herself and snuck out of the village without saying a word. This elf girl only knew her safe little village, but the real world was way more brutal than she expected, and she eventually realized she'd become a slave. Even though she was trapped, her owner was actually super chill and told her that learning about the world was her best shot at surviving. So he spent his time teaching her the ropes and sharing stories about what was waiting for her outside. 6 months later, the kind owner suddenly dies in his sleep, looking like he just drifted off forever. The girl started freaking out that she was the reason her first owner died, even though she tried to ignore the thought. Then, 3 months later, her second owner just dropped dead from some mystery sickness. The fourth girl poisoned herself, the fifth got ripped apart by a monster, and since everyone she touched ended up dead, people started calling her the Reaper and stayed far away because they were too scared. This elf seriously didn't want anyone to die. Right when things got totally messy, a group calling themselves a guild picked her up. She was actually wishing for a prison cell just to... The guild wasn't having it, but Rika still asked to join the squad as a bottom-tier E-ranker. This Reaper was a total loner who'd scare off anyone trying to recruit her by trauma-dumping her dark past. And if they still didn't get the hint, she kept her distance from this walking nightmare for a while. But then one day, a mysterious guy suddenly showed up. This random guy introduces himself as Loki's sister and is super hyped to meet her. But when Shannon tries to talk him out of it, he gets dead serious and refuses to back down. She was stunned that an S-class powerhouse like him got kicked out, especially since he's so genuinely kind, and she couldn't understand why he's down to stare death in the key. To show everyone he was basically untouchable, this dude summoned the legendary Fenrir. Right in front of the shocked elf, a legendary wolf from the stories suddenly appeared. It was so crazy that it didn't even feel like real life anymore. This guy was seriously overpowered, and he actually tamed the legendary wolf Fenrir to be his pet, which totally blew Shannon's mind. She couldn't stop thinking about how everyone was scared of her and wanted her dead. She actually started to believe that ending it all was the right move. But deep down, she only felt that, as the elf burst into tears, she realized that no matter what, she still had a massive will to live. Maybe this is the one guy she can actually trust. But she's so worn out from everything that she just collapses. And he rushes over, totally panicked, to see if she's okay. Rika says she's gonna be okay, but all that crazy drama really pushed her to the limit, and she looks totally wiped out. She looked like a massive weight was finally off her shoulders, so the secretary told everyone to let her chill for a bit, while Lucky turned straight to the owner. The favorite felt super guilty for being so mean to the girl, but Locke told him it all worked out for the best. And Fenrir was so happy to see his master's approval that he actually started crying and thanked the gods. The wolf nervously asked his master what he was actually going to do with that terrified little bird. The pet let out a massive howl, making the tiny bird pass out and drop straight to the dirt. The guy saw it all happen and knew that was exactly what went down. When the bird finally, a voice pops into Locke's head saying the heavenly bird wants to be his buddy, and since he thinks that's hilarious and unexpected, he totally agrees to make a new friend. The voice said the bird was officially their new garden buddy, and the owner was hyped because he thought more friends would show up soon. Lucky actually tried to snack on the bird, but the guy shut it down since you don't eat your friends, and just then Shannon walked out, so they asked if she was feeling better. She tried to apologize for how she acted, but he shut it down because he knew she was just looking out for the group, and even though the elf is a total newbie, she was so grateful. They were both super hyped to meet each other, and even Lucky was stoked to have a new buddy. Locke imagined the total chaos if the beast pointed its paw at the girl, but she just stayed chill and said it was fine. So he told the owner he was making progress, while the guy secretly thought about blowing her sky high. The big thing is that right after the wolf touched Shannon, he told her straight up she was under a super powerful curse. He warned that this curse is a total nightmare that sucks the life out of everyone nearby and eventually burns the victim out, completely ruining their life. Everyone around Shannon was dropping like flies, so Locke wasted no time asking how to break this deadly curse. Lucky was totally stuck and couldn't break the curse since it was way too complicated for him. But he figured his master could pull it off while the kid was busy talking, so the kid asks what's going on in total shock, when suddenly all the info he needs just floods into his brain like water filling up a cup. This wasn't some holy blessing. It was actually the total opposite. Even the master had zero clue his favorite student was hiding this kind of power. Now he's finally being put. The guild leader suddenly steps in and refuses to let the curse be lifted, leaving the guy totally stunned by the news. The guy was totally fed up and demanded to know exactly what the guild leader meant by that rule about not lifting curses. Titus pointed out that the guy knew Shannon was guild property, and their rules are clear. No outsiders are allowed to touch dangerous curses. Locke tries to argue, yelling that they're totally out of time, but the man just sighs because he's seen this all before. He warns Locke that if he lets his feelings take, the guildmaster mentioned how much crazy stuff had been going down and asked if the kid was wiped out. So after the boy said, yeah, he asked if the rules actually stopped him from breaking. Titus was going to let the guy catch his breath, but he changed his mind and jumped straight into what Locke Shannon was actually getting from the guild. The leader explained that buying her would free her from the guild and help break the curse, but when he asked the guy for his take, the dude was so stunned he didn't even know what to say. The guy kept pressing him, asking what he thought the whole point of the Adventurers Guild even was. The guy says the guild's main goal is just to help people get paid, and while Titus thinks that's cool, he believes their real mission is to make sure every adventurer is actually happy. The boss thinks traitors like Isaac are the absolute worst. Usually, he'd just take them out or kick them out for good. But for the traders, it doesn't really change. He knows it sounds a bit cheesy, but he truly believes these guys will finally see their own worth and get the thanks they deserve. And after helping them through all that drama, he just wants them to find real happiness. He saw that Shannon had been through a lot, but stayed super kind. And since they both had rough pasts and were ready to risk everything, they'd be the ultimate team. The leader isn't forcing anyone, but he'd be hyped if the guy helps the girl and the elf backs up Luke. He thought nobody really got him, but it turns out people were actually watching his every move. He cracked a little smirk and looked right over at Shannon. He asks what she wants, but she says slaves don't get to choose, though she'll follow him anywhere as long as Locke stays safe. He promised to look after Shannon and asked for the price, but he was totally shocked when the admin told him it cost the exact same amount as his mission reward. The guy says the first thing they gotta do is break the curse, and he starts drawing a magic circle right away. This creepy black eye popped up right in front of Locke, and it was so scary he was shaking with pure terror. This hidden monster spawned from a curse and tried to blast our hero with a dark spell. Just like that, the black eye vanished, and everyone's eyes were glued to the young trainer. The kid finally caught his breath, and Lucky was super hyped for his master's big win. He gave his best buddy all the credit, saying there was no way he could have won. Locke asked Titus for the scoop on the curse, but even the leader was totally in the dark and had only heard a few rare rumors about it. Rumor has it, an ancient wizard once ruled the whole world with magic, and the guy awkwardly asked for a heads up next time so he could stay out of trouble. Shannon thanked the guy and told him she was hyped to finally team up. It looked like all their drama was finally behind them. Now, the aunt just had to crush Isaac's victory and grab them. The squad geared up and headed straight to the mini-garden to get the mission started. The elf asks where the heck they are. The guy explains they're actually inside a tiny garden, hidden right in a bracelet. The girl checks out the jewelry and admits she had no clue. Shannon spotted the boy's new bird friend and asked if he knew that these high-flying creatures are actually super rare and hardly anyone ever gets to see them. Fenrir was a total freak of nature who knew he was special, and when she called him unusual, he realized right then that he wasn't like anyone else. The favorite flopped onto the floor and let out a sad groan because he was starving. And while Locke was also hungry and thought about asking the orange ants for some meat, he realized he had no. Lucky spilled the beans that the guy knew about their secret basement hideout, and the owner was absolutely losing it. The boy stared at that massive hole, totally clueless about how they even made it, while a swarm of orange ants crawled out to give his dad a super hyped welcome home. The girl realized those orange bugs looked way too much like tiny humans to be actual ants, and after Lucky teased him for being into it, the guy started geeking out about what happens once the larvae finally hatch. The elf rushed to calm him down and promised his secrets were safe, finally making the favorite crack a little smile. The guy admits the whole thing was just a massive mix-up, and she's so hyped they're finally on the same page that she begs him to spill every single detail. The kid asked if they actually understood him, but Shannon just shrugged, even though she noticed that Orange Ant was talking almost exactly like a human. He wasn't sure if she actually thought bugs were people, but one of them explained she only learned to talk so she could chat with humans. The bug explains that he's built different because, as the head of the family, he's got special powers to make deals with other species and call all the shots. This gift is called interspecies language, and the girl can use it just by copying the voices she hears. Lucky was totally shocked and asked if she actually understood him, and when she said yes, he was completely blown away. Shannon gave Aunt Hardley a quick thanks. Locke realized he had zero clue just how many crazy powers were actually out there. He used to think she was the only one who could talk. But the guy called the Aunt Patry to show some respect, and she was so hyped about the name that she told all the other bugs to call her that too. Locke looked at the group, and they looked like total clones, but Patra insisted they were actually different, and when Locke tried to name them Orange A through E, the whole squad was definitely not feeling. Everyone was shocked when the bugs actually loved their new names, and the ants started jumping around like crazy because they were so hyped. The guy was totally shocked watching these little creatures, noticing that every single one of them had their own unique personality. He realized he'd have to really get to know them before he could give them the. Patra gives them a tour of the dungeon, showing off the meat freezer, the wool drying room, and some epic demon crystals they found while building the place. Locke was totally stunned by how much they built in such a short amount of time. The group was super hyped when the master gave them a shout-out for their hard work. Since they heard, he hit the market for some new plates, and after Shannon asked if he was finally going to cook, he decided to fry up some chicken since they were in a rush, while she carefully repeated his. Locke says, "Yeah, it's actually super simple. You just season the meat and fry it up. And since chicken and cabbage are a perfect match," the elf starts daydreaming about this legendary. The shopkeeper tells him they're totally out of cabbage and won't have any for a long time. And just as the kid starts whining about his missing chicken dinner, a scary voice shuts. Out of nowhere, Isaac, Amy, and Cara were standing right in front of them. Our heroes are standing right in the middle of the busy market stalls when one of them asks if his buddy actually has enough cash to be blowing it on some fun. The tall adventurer shouts that if he bows down right now, he can rejoin the squad, but if not, he's out, and the guy just turns back to face him. Out of nowhere, a girl jumps right between them, and she looks totally ready for a fight. She asks the tall swordsman what happened, but he's totally clueless about who she is or where she even came from. The boy tells Shannon to stay away from the bullies, then turns to the swordsman Isaac and says they're officially done, telling her it's time to leave. He just flashes a smirk and tells the guy he's totally down with that. Suddenly, it's a total trap, and he swings hard, hitting the girl standing right in front of him. But then, the guy pulls his hand away from his girlfriend's face. Isaac is totally caught off guard by this sudden twist. The kid asks the bully what he thinks he's doing, but the guy just grits his teeth in total rage. He doesn't get the guild's strategy at all, thinking the guy needed a high-level partner, and that there's no way that girl is actually just an E rank. He calls her total trash and says no hero could ever handle her right, while Isaac just flashes a super creepy smile. Everything finally chills out, but then the girl steps in and demands Isaac take back what he just said. She screams that Locke isn't some object, he's just a total bully for saying stuff like that. Even the hero was caught off guard, and Isaac snapped at the girl again, telling her that weak dogs always bark the loudest. Loki's girlfriend asks him one more time if this girl is seriously his new partner. He tells her she's Shannon, an E-rank elf adventurer, while the sorceress gives the newcomer a really close look. The two of them are locked in a total stare-down. She acts like she's being nice to Shannon, but seeing her cheap clothes actually gives our heroine a huge rush. The witch looks at Shannon again and tells her that if she's hitting the party with Locke, she better make sure her outfit is on point. The kid tells Cara to mind her own business, saying her stylish outfit doesn't make her magic any stronger, and she totally pouts about it. Out of nowhere, she starts randomly yelling that she can't believe what he picked, but when he says he didn't have a choice, she tells him he's totally wrong. Then Amy, another one of the hero's friends, steps up to say hi and apologizes for how mean her group is being to Shannon. Then she turns her focus right over to Locke. She bows deep and admits a sorry might not be enough, but after thinking it over, she's begging for forgiveness for everything her friends did. She actually thought Locke was done with the adventurer life, but she still wanted one final battle to see how strong he really was before making her next move. The guy tells her straight up that he totally gets where she's coming from. Isaac screams at Amy to get moving, so she follows him while wishing the guy's luck, but Locke just tells her she better use him for all he's worth. Once the party heads out, Shannon tells Locke they need to make a move, but he just cuts her off and says everything is totally under control. He knows for a fact that losing right now just isn't an option. She's totally shocked by how much he's looking out for her, but with the full moon already rising, Locke says it's time to head back. Steam starts pouring out everywhere, and then a massive sneeze blasts through the air. Right in the middle of this tiny spot sits a massive dog-like beast with something weird covering its whole face. Locke tells his beast Lucky to quit messing with the cornflower, which explains all those steam clouds, and the big guy actually listens. The beast lets out another massive sneeze. Everyone's eyes are popping out of their heads as they stare at him, but the girl just lets out a massive snort. Everyone bursts out laughing as the guy shouts that they're finally good to go. Locom serves up a perfectly roasted chicken, and while the guests thank him for the feast, Lucky sniffs the pile of food, looking totally satisfied. Everyone digs in, and they're absolutely loving every single bite. Everyone is losing it over how amazing the food tastes, while Locke and Shannon are basically begging them to slow down and chill. She explains exactly how it tastes one more time, and everyone is just straight up losing it with pure happiness. Locke breaks down the plan. They're heading to the Dungeon of Fresh Greens, which is a 2-day cart ride away, and this whole mission is going to take weeks to finish. That place is a total nightmare of thick forests and messy swamps, but if they just push straight through, they'll be there in less than half a day. Based on Isaac's heavy gear and their travel papers, they're sticking to the main path, so they've basically already won unless something crazy happens in the forest. Even if those guys take the shortcut with all their gear, they're still in for a total nightmare. And just like that, every single one of them is finally at max capacity. Right after that, Locke's squad finally makes their move. They're always riding on Lucky's back while he zooms through the forest. She says she had to move it right then and there, but the animal is actually doing totally fine. Since Fenrir is with them, the monsters don't even dare to attack. They just hide in the bushes and watch them go with the saddest eyes ever. They're cruising along on the beast's back when something totally wild catches their eye. Everyone's crying and freaking out, thinking a monster is attacking someone, so the guy asks Lucky to head back a bit, and he's totally down for it. The guys are totally shocked to see a winged demon just sitting right in the middle of the clearing. The demon is straight up crying right now. Check it out. It's a stone statue of a gargoyle. Out of nowhere, the statue's eye snaps open, and the demon starts chuckling. He starts waving his arms and yelling, launching magic blades right at them, and catching everyone totally off guard once again. The girl realizes it's wind magic, and the boy backs her up, but the beast just cracks up, laughing that nobody would be crazy enough to try and fight him with just the wind. He opens his mouth, a magic circle flashes in front of him, and then a glowing ball of energy appears. The boy starts hyping Lucky up, telling the beast he's a total powerhouse with crazy strength. That energy ball just keeps getting bigger, and the heroes are totally freaking out. The ball keeps getting bigger, and Locke starts to freak out, begging the dog to just stop. That's the royal capital right there, so he's in major trouble if he doesn't quit now. But something feels totally off. The dog says it's impossible to stop, and the guy is freaking out. But with no time left to think, he lunges forward to block the shot himself. He turns his back on the demon, holds out his hands, and starts chanting a mysterious magic spell. A glowing rainbow crystal and a magic circle pop up right in front of him, and he figures that even if he can't break the spell, he can at least scatter its energy. The monster fires his rifle, sending a beam of energy straight at the guy that really starts to sting. A massive beam of light splits right in two, swallowing up both the kid and his demon. Locke let out a groan, because that shot was seriously way too powerful. He's gripping on with everything he's got and just won't let go. Using every last bit of energy he has left, he begs the powerful woman to just hang in there. He pulled it off, and his magic blasted straight through the two main roads on both sides of the capital. Everything goes dead silent as smoke drifts up toward the moon. And right there, in the middle of the wasteland, you can see the shadow of a boy standing tall. He's gasping for air, but he actually stopped the whole thing from turning into a total nightmare. As the smoke clears, a massive beast appears, covering its eyes with its paws, while a girl stands right next to it. That monster is actually shaking just a little bit. He peeks through his fingers at the dude and just starts cracking up. The girl asks Locke if he's hurt, but he's totally fine, so he asks if she and Lucky are doing okay too. He claims he's totally fine, but she spots his busted-up hands, and he finally realizes he's actually hurt too. A healing potion can totally handle a cut like that, so he chugs the bottle, and his wounds actually start to heal up. Shannon is super hyped about how well the potion worked, and the guy is just glad she likes it, since he's the one who actually made it. The dog groans about messing up again, shoots a look at Lucky, and turns right back to him. He can't get that dog out of his head. The kid realizes Lucky was just trying to help, and when he shows some love, Lucky totally loses it and starts crying. Locke says the beast's magic is still totally evil, so they've got to master their powers and team up while the beast keeps spreading its reach. The monster roars that he's going to do whatever it takes and train like crazy. The boy looks back at the demon, and he's absolutely shaking with fear. He asks what she's doing there, and the gargoyle just hides her face in total terror. The demon curls up behind its elbows, screams that the guy is a total monster, and starts sobbing. Locke points out that gargoyles don't usually give speeches, and it's super weird that he's screaming in a place like this, so he asks what even started all this. This gargoyle is totally bummed because he got kicked out of the Demon Lord's army, and now he's just stuck moping here. Locke's mind is blown when he finds out monsters can actually be set free, but the gargoyle tells him he's basically just made of leftover junk, and since his magic is super, the army just got new bosses, and they told the gargoyle they have no use for a monster who only knows how to clean. Once he was free, the demon stumbled through the forest totally lost, limped into a village, but the locals jumped him, and he had to bolt. Locke says everyone thinks monsters are the bad guys, and Best totally agrees, but he's been so busy cleaning that he's never even met a human before. He felt like a total loser, knowing everyone hated the demon, while Shannon just looked at the monster with pure pity. The demon starts wondering what the point of his life even was, breaking down into tears until a sudden scream cuts him right off. Since gargoyles are the Demon Lord's elite soldiers and take a massive amount of magic to create, there's no way they were just made from leftover scraps. He asks the monster what it's going to do next, but the beast is totally lost and even asks him for ideas while it just keeps on sobbing. Locke sees what's happening and desperately calls out to God. Then he asks the demon if it wants to tag along and starts feeling a lot more hyped up. He starts doubting himself again, feeling like a total loser gargoyle who's just obsessed with cleaning. But the hero tells him it's okay to be weak since he's spent the last 100 years just doing chores. The demon thanks the kid, says he's super grateful, and asks if he can join the squad. So this trapped gargoyle is actually trying to befriend Loki. And out of nowhere, Loki just realizes the guy is sealed away because the thought pops right into his head. The guy asks what this thing even is, wondering if it's some kind of secret power, because he's totally lost, and says only the old master could have made it. Locke just nods and asks to greet Kun the gargoyle one more time, and Kun tells him it would be a total honor. Just as Locke turns grey, a voice tells him the sealed gargoyle has evolved into a holy being and is now his ally, so he needs to pick an option while the transformation finishes up. It's time to upgrade the cabin, so he picks an option and the whole place expands instantly. The kid says there's a village close by, and get this, a demon was the one who told him. They keep moving until they stumble onto a massive field packed with tons of perfectly ripe cabbage. Locke's totally weirded out by a random cabbage patch in the middle of nowhere. But once he sees the dog is fast asleep, he tells Shannon they definitely shouldn't be here, and she's 100% on board. Finally, the sun peeks out and lights up the forest. As they're walking, the guy mentions that Herulia already gave him the lowdown on this spot. They're standing right at the entrance of Shushin village, and the whole place is boxed in by a massive square wall. Right at the village entrance, this guy in a vest is slumped against a post and snoring like crazy, totally ignoring the two kids staring at him because he's fast asleep. Locke tries to talk to the gate guard, but the guy is totally passed out, so Shannon nervously taps his shoulder to wake him up, and the confused peasant jumps up, asking what's going on. The girl gives him a super polite wake-up call. He snaps his eyes open and asks if an angel just dropped from the sky, thinking he's finally kicking the bucket, but he's totally down to go if she's the one taking him. And he even tries to pull her in for a kiss, but the dog jumps in and stomps on the doorman to block that kiss, leaving him pinned to the ground and groaning. He immediately lost his cool and thought bandits were attacking, but Locke calmed him down by explaining it was just some adventurers heading to the caves. The villager's eyes go wide, and he tells the guys to rush to the elder right now since the village is in big trouble and needs adventurers like them. Locke asks one more time, just to be sure, since he's still totally confused by what he just heard. He sees everyone looking totally drained and super skinny, which is weird because this place has never had a food problem, but then someone suddenly calls out to him. Meet the village elder Onigami, leaning on his cane and giving the kid a big smile. The guy says it's awesome to meet an old-timer and introduces his squad, Shannon, and that wild sacred hooligan animal Lucky. The elder says the guard's dream actually paid off this time, but the guard just brags that he's such a pro that sleep never stops him from doing his job. The foreman thinks it's super emotional, but the goalie's vision is totally shot. So he asks to see it again, calls the boss a stupid old man, and they start a massive argument. Locke jumps in to ask what the old man wants. So the guy says, sorry for getting distracted, and clears his throat to finally explain what's going on. About a year ago, life in their swamp village was already a total struggle, but then goblins raided the place and snatched up the very last of their food. A few guys tried to take them down to save the village, but they got totally wrecked, and now 3 of them are just sitting there, covered in bandages. The elder begs the heroes for backup, and man, they really need it, while the kid asks one more time if these things are actually goblins. Goblins are way smarter than your average monster and get super deadly in a pack, but because the village couldn't pay up, the guild and the government completely ignored them. Locke knows he can't just help for free, because if he doesn't get paid, he's gonna starve. Plus, if we save them now, they'll just keep asking for help later. So these villagers need to learn to stand on their own as he turns to face the elder. He asks for a map to find the goblins, and they show him exactly where every single one of them is hiding. Everything finally clicks for him, and he just says it out loud. There's actually a way to take out those goblins, and the villagers are so shocked they make him say it again, because those nearby cabbage patches are the only thing that's going to save them. The old man is stuck thinking about the heroes, but Locke warns that if they don't act now, the whole nightmare is going to repeat tonight. He's going to help build up the village so this never happens again, but the people are totally caught off guard by how nice he is. Once the village starts making bank, he wants a 20% cut of the profits just to let them keep their homes. The old man says he can't handle that 20% by himself, and it's seriously ticking our hero off. The crew is super busy with other stuff right now, so Locke tells the villagers that if they all pitch in, he'll only take a tiny 10% cut. That's a 10% cut for everyone after expenses. And even if the locals don't help out, the crew can still keep everyone fed while taking the fight to the enemy. Everyone is finally linking up and talking to each other. The biggest issue for this village is definitely where it's built. It's so isolated that getting any supplies from the outside world is a total nightmare. Their farms are basically a mess. He could totally help for free, but it wouldn't stick unless the villagers actually step up. So the elder asks for some time to talk it over with the rest of the town. Shannon asks what the plan is, and the hero says the peasants are going to make so much money that they definitely won't turn it down. The guy heads to the garden to get things ready, telling the girl to give him a shout if the elder calls, and she's totally on board. Finally, the old guy shows up and says sorry for keeping them waiting so long. Everyone's totally split on what to do, and since he knows they'll just mess things up on their own, he asks if he can use the reward money for emergencies instead. Locke's totally in, promising that if they work together, they'll wipe out the goblins and get food moving so the villagers are finally safe. The villagers think they're getting a sweet deal, but one person totally doesn't trust the hero. He thinks this is a total mistake, but the old man cuts him off right away. He keeps swearing that if he wasn't injured, he would have totally wrecked those goblins. This guy is one of the people who got messed up by goblins in the past. And suddenly, Locke pulls a bottle out from under his shirt. He hands the villager a special healing herb that he actually invented himself. He snaps back that he doesn't care and won't touch the stuff, so the hero just shrugs and says, "That's cool," but since it proves he's actually a nice guy, she's super hyped to try this magic potion, so she puts the bottle to her lips and takes a sip. She starts yelling about how amazing the food tastes. She thought the healing herbs would taste gross, but this new drink was actually super smooth and made her whole body feel light as air. Locke tips the bottle straight into Lucky's mouth, and his eyes go wide because he's totally loving it. He doesn't even hide it, and straight up admits the drink the kid made tastes amazing. He has no clue what this power is, but it feels incredible, healing his body and giving him a massive boost. So why can't he figure it out? The guy hands him a bottle too, and the kid takes a sip while warning him that he's not falling for any of his tricks. And man, it actually tastes incredible. He starts geeking out over the potion he just drank, describing the super weird flavor that he somehow totally loved. He's seriously loving the way this tastes. Suddenly, he realizes he doesn't even need his crutch anymore because the pain is totally gone. And he's convinced it's just a straight-up miracle. Coda says they're already on a mission, but if they help these guys out, he'll hook the villagers up with even more healing herbs. The guy says they'll totally take the job, but only if every single injured person gets better right now. He introduces himself as Warren, the elder's assistant. And after saying sorry for doubting the heroes, he's totally ready to team up and help. The boss asks if anyone has a problem with the plan, but the whole room stays dead silent. And just like that, everyone was finally on the same page. There are only 6 days left on the clock before the main team's deadline hits. The whole village is totally blown away the second they taste the food the kid cooked up. Everyone is losing their minds over how good this tastes. They're eating cabbage soup, and the villagers are totally shocked by how good it is since they've never had it. But the hero explains that cabbage is actually super tasty. While whipping up the soup, the hero tossed in a healing herb, and suddenly everyone who was feeling sick started to bounce back. The boy runs up to Shannon and asks for her help, telling her to take Orange, Ants, A, and B to guard the villagers while the rest of the crew goes out to find materials. She asks if he really trusts her with this huge job, and he tells her he's totally sure she can take down any monster that gets in her way. A and B can totally handle themselves, which is all part of his big plan. And now she's ready to go all out because she finally gets what she has to do. He and his squad are carving a path straight to Kronto, making travel a total breeze and instantly fixing every single delivery problem. The kid just waves his hand, and suddenly the whole place is overflowing with magic. Everyone's bodies suddenly feel weightless, and they're totally obsessed with the feeling. This guy cast a spell to make them move way easier, but it didn't last long, even though everyone was totally hyped and couldn't stop talking about it. He warns them to be careful so they don't snap any bones, and they're totally hyped while Shannon is blown away by how he can buff so many people at once. He tells her she'll totally nail it with some practice and promises to teach her next time, leaving her super impressed as she thanks her hero. Now, he's rallying everyone to get to work and finally start building that road. And they're actually doing it. They're building this road side by side. Some ants are busy stacking up blocks, while the rest of the swarm is hustling to get things done. They have put in a ton of work already, so the hero decides it's finally time to call it a day. A ton of stuff has already gone down. The road is almost finished, and should be ready by tomorrow thanks to Lucky's awesome magic. So now, the boy can finally start trading the village's goods. His familiars look absolutely insane, way cooler than he ever thought possible. As soon as the sun goes down, everything kicks off right in the monster garden. Our hero is glued to the map, while the girl brings him some tea and asks if the master is still totally passed out. He's definitely cooking something up for tomorrow, but she's worked harder than anyone and seriously needs to crash. He tells her to stop calling the guy Sir, because it sounds super weird, and he definitely doesn't think of his chewing gum as a servant. She's honestly blown away by how sweet this guy is. Shannon is totally stoked to meet Locke, and she keeps telling him how hyped she is that they finally crossed paths. He thinks about her and says he's just glad they met, while the sky outside turns pitch black. He finally cooks up a genius plan and spills the beans to her. They're gonna have the villagers gather all the cabbage so he can sell it for a profit in the capital. Cabbages are running low, and he's positive they're gonna sell out fast, so don't you dare forget about that guild quest. He's totally sure they've got this win in the bag, but the way they actually pull it off matters just as much to him. Tita looks like he's hiding a secret fear, but the hero stops talking right there because the girl is already out cold. In her dream, she tells Loki he's totally awesome, and he just stares back with big round eyes and a super friendly look on his face. He just waves his hand and instantly clears all that fog from her head. He gives the girl a massive thank you for everything. That night is still just hanging right over the house. Both the ants and the demon are totally fast asleep. Even the bird on the roof is totally knocked out, and Shannon is fast asleep in her bed. Our hero can't sleep and heads outside, where he hears someone else wide awake and realizes the guy has already taken off somewhere. There's a dog sitting right in front of him, and it's wide awake. The kid asks if he's sleeping, but Lucky totally ignores him since it's so obvious. So the kid asks what they're catching today. It turns out they're after rainbow dragonflies, but they still have to figure out what to do with the goblins. As long as Lucky is chilling near the village, the monsters are way too scared to attack. And even if the boys are left all alone, some adventurers will just step in and handle the monsters for them. The dog is totally caught off guard by that logic, but he decides to roll with it anyway. He says they gotta get out of there fast, and the kid totally agrees it's time to move. So the whole squad heads deep into the woods to start catching dragonflies. They're staring into each other's eyes like they're totally head over heels. The next morning, someone is already in the guy's kitchen, whipping up food and singing a song. He snaps awake from the bright light and sits straight up in bed. She hears the music and the sounds of someone cooking, and she's totally sure it's Shannon. He's so hyped that she's up early making breakfast for the whole crew, so he shouts a huge thank you and asks if she needs any help. But it's not Shannon. It's actually a demon in an apron who says everything is almost ready and to just give it a few more minutes. The boy screams that he made a huge mistake and it's not a girl, while the confused gargoyle asks if he just had a crazy nightmare. But don't worry, everything is actually chill, and he even offered to help, since it turns out this demon used to cook for a whole army of monsters and has way more skills than that. The kid says he's all good, but then Shannon pops in to wish our hero a good morning. She's totally kicking herself for falling asleep last night, but he tells her to relax and asks if she's really gonna train with a wooden sword. She says she really wanted to cook breakfast, but Gargoyle told her to just step aside and let him handle it. Locke totally got the situation and felt super thankful, but looking at that demon gave him a really bad vibe, while the girl just wanted to check if our hero was totally worn out. He headed out to catch dragonflies that night and was totally shocked by how much she knew, since he usually only went with Lucky while thinking she was fast asleep and didn't want to wake her up. She screams that he's totally missing the point and that she just wants to be useful to Locke. So he suggests they all go catch dragonflies together next time. She makes him promise, and right as he says yes, a gargoyle screams that breakfast is ready, which they both totally agree with. It's already the afternoon of day 2, and that warrior who used to hate the hero is finally stepping up to sell cabbage by the rune and deliver those butterfly wings to the guild. With the road finally wide open, the kid thinks he's actually going to sell some of his stuff today. He'll even show the kids how to catch a ton of dragonflies, and if they start growing cabbage, their food problems are totally solved. Night finally rolled around, and they'd finished every single thing they needed to do. Everyone is totally hyped and having a blast. Everyone starts cheering and thanking Loki for everything he just did. The boss thanked Locke again, totally shocked that the road was finished so fast, and asked if the whole situation was getting to be too much for him. But it's all good. They can just send him the cash straight through the guild. Before the sun even came up, they all split up and swiped an egg and a stone from the green frogs. Everything went totally smooth for now, so they decided to save all that worrying for tomorrow. Right now, this dude is just hit with one super simple feeling. He remembers the exact spot where that cart rolled. The other team is showing up way earlier than anyone expected, and that's going to be a total disaster for everyone. The sun's finally up, so he stretches his arms and tells everyone to give it 100% today. A little bird lands right on his shoulder, and when he asks where they all came from, the birds actually talk back and tell him he's totally wrong. No way, it's the exact same celestial bird that was right there yesterday. He says the celestial bird was actually massive, and while sorting through the monster loot, they found a weird item that looks just like a nut. For some weird reason, the magic bird gulps down that object and shrinks instantly, leaving the boy totally shocked and desperate to figure out how to make it huge again. This bird is just making totally random noises all on its own. Look, it's not going to happen right away, but it'll grow on its own eventually, and since everyone's safe, the only problem is that the bird is totally freaking. Suddenly, he catches a nasty whiff and asks what that gross smell is, only to realize it's just a dog. Locke tells Lucky that something smells totally gross and asks if he's sure he's not wrong, but the beast insists there's no way he stinks. Locke asks when the dog last had a bath, and the guy says it was probably yesterday since she was acting all deep in thought. But there's no way he actually showered since Locke was watching him all day and never saw him grab a towel, so he just claims he washed up 2 days ago. But the second they lock eyes, the beast completely freezes up. He says he's cool without a bath, but then he scrubs himself from head to toe anyway, and Locke just shrugs because there's nothing they can do about it. He's actually got the whole thing figured out and tells everyone to start catching and scrubbing that animal. Everyone thinks it's going to be a total blast and jumps right in, even though Lucky is actually a total beast. Drabina says he's totally down and jokes that they better use that lip-curling spell if they actually plan on catching him. Then he fires off a massive magic aura that hits almost everyone, including Shannon, the gargoyle, and even the ants. He says he just buffed everyone except Lucky, giving them a quick boost to their speed and power, and they all thank the guy standing right in front of the dog. Lucky just laughs and calls them all idiots for thinking a little magic boost could ever close the massive power gap between him and the other animals. The first match is finally going down between the legend Fenrir Lucky and the orange ant queen Patra, who's already shouting that she's making the first move. She screams that the fight is finally on and charges straight at the monster, waving her arms like crazy. He grumbles that this sweet girl is way over her head trying to fight the wolf alone, but she just stays back and launches a bunch of sticky threads to trap the monster. He slips past the blow and brags that he already told them one hit wouldn't be enough, giving the familiar a super cocky look. She throws her hands up and screams that she's won, which totally leaves the beast confused. They're popping out from every direction and lunging straight for the dogs. He screams that it's a trap, while the little ones blast him with webs, tying the wolf up until he's totally stuck. He crashes to the ground, totally helpless, right in front of the ants. It lets out a massive groan as it slams into the dirt. Those ropes were way tougher than anyone expected. Patrick tells the master they actually pulled it off as a team. He says it's all the queen's doing because she totally tricked the she-wolf into dropping her guard by faking an attack on herself. And as she laughs, the boy... But then he shocks everyone by standing right back up and shattering those chains with his bare hands. He's whipping these threads around and catching them with his teeth, totally blowing the ants' minds. He says they pinned the beast down, but they're running out of magic to keep it there, and the ants are freaking out because Lucky is just way too powerful. The gargoyle blurts out that she finally gets it, and suddenly everyone's eyes are glued to her. The demon steps up to challenge the dog next, and just like that, the epic showdown between the legendary Lucky and Gargoyle is finally on. Fenrir tells the Gargoyle there's no way he can win, but the Gargoyle just smirks and says he's tired of being slept on and is about to show off his real power. He uses the demon's 100 years of knowledge and locks support magic to gain the upper hand, especially since the dog totally underestimates him. And just like that, the demon gets totally wrecked by the dog. The dog looks around asking who's next, and that's when Shannon steps up and tells him she's ready to throw down. The fight kicks off between Fenrir, who is definitely not just a dog named Lucky, and an elf blessed by Shannon, as the beast dares the girl to show him what she's really made. She swears she's going all out and rips her sword right out of its sheath. Finally, she charges straight at the beast and swings her sword, but the monster just dodges her attack. He brags that he's moving way too fast for her to even touch him, but she just snorts like he's a joke. She starts hacking away at him with her blade, asking him what he's got to say for himself now. The monster leaps around, admitting the elf is way stronger than she looks, but it knows a lucky hit won't do a thing, and the elf knows it too. But now, it's getting way harder for the beast to dodge. She goes in for another hit, catching the dog totally off guard. She backed him up until he was trapped right on the edge of the cliff. He didn't even see her move, and suddenly the elf is pointing her blade straight at him. She tells Lucky he's got to listen and go get washed up, but the beast just zips away and vanishes instantly. He jams the tail right against her neck, and it's so razor-sharp that if she even flinches, she's losing her head and a whole lot more. She looked so small as she finally admitted she was beaten. She finally gives up, and the dog calls her incredible, saying it's obvious she's been grinding every single day for a reason. So she thanks the beast just as the next battle. All right, it's time for the main event, a battle between Lucky the Fenrier, who just wants to play, and Locke, who's trying to force him into a bar. The warm-up is officially over, and now the dog is telling the guy to stop holding back and go all out. This guy pulls out 2 sharp knives and crosses them, and for some reason, the dog is just staring him down. The beast stops dead in its tracks, asking what that sweet smell is. There's even a tiny bird just chilling right on top of his head. This legendary bird just turned into a tiny chick holding a flower, and the monster says it has no clue what's happening as its strength starts to fade. He crashes to the ground and falls into a super deep sleep. The boy is shocked the bird actually brought the sleeping flower, and it turns out the little chick totally won. Now the guy tells everyone to wash their hands for some good luck, and they're all totally down for it. Isaac and his squad are pulling up to the New Leaf dungeon in their cart, but Isaac is super on edge and keeps asking everyone why this trip is taking forever. The sorceress girl tells him to pipe down, while the other one just gives the angry Isaac a majorly judgy look without saying a word. He even swears he'll make that traitor regret stabbing Isaac's crew in the back, and he's talking about none other than the hero, Locke. Amy tries to say they were the ones who backstabbed him first, but he shuts her down instantly, making her cover her mouth as he refuses to hear another word. Isaac's a total S-rank beast from the front lines, while that loser porter Locke is just dead weight. But even with all that power, Isaac still isn't getting what he wants. Isaac and his squad were told they're basically nobodies without their castle, and Isaac was absolutely not going to let that slide. Our hero is definitely going to win and prove everyone wrong, but the girls are just watching him freak out with zero pity, and one of them is even laughing. She needs to tell them right now that she's not taking Orange's eggs, but the bad news is that rainbow dragonflies are super hard to find. Isaac already knows these two, and since they're only hunting wyverns instead of finishing the whole quest, they think they're totally safe, but they might be in for... The girl finally asks Isaac why he's so full of himself, but he just snaps back that he's not taking that from a girl. She says Isaac just takes every job without even looking and throws people onto the team without asking. So now the girls have to step in and bail him out. He tells them they can do whatever they want, even if they end up leaving the group later. But this time, they've got to do exactly what he says until the job is finished. The driver says they've finally made it, and Isaac tells him to just keep the change. He's throwing a massive fit because they barely paid him for the ride to the dungeon. And just like always, he's not going to let them waste his time for free. He tosses him a fat stack of cash to keep him from blowing up and get him to leave, while Isaac just stands there cussing his head off like usual. He's sick of everyone making fun of him, but he doesn't even care anymore as he locks his eyes forward. They're standing right across from the New Leaf dungeon, totally ready to jump inside. They've only got 4 days left to finish this request before the deadline hits. The guys make their move and head straight inside. While that's going down, the boys are just over there scrubbing the dog. So, inside the New Leaf dungeon, the mission is simple. Dive deep and take out every monster lurking in the shadows. The three of them are walking through the stone dungeon when a sudden noise catches the leader's ear. Dinosaurs are swarming all over the hill, but Isaac says they'll grab the rest on the way back because they need to hunt those wyverns right now. The leader is totally panicking because nobody's answering him, but he's just met with dead silence. But things get super weird because those rainbow dragonflies and green frogs are nowhere to be found. Orango is right there, but can't find the eggs, and when he asks if they can even finish the job in this mess, nobody says a single word. He probably thinks the guild is setting them up with fake info, and if that's true, then they're totally caught red-handed. Once they get back, they're going to throw all these embarrassing fails right in the guild's face, but suddenly, something starts rustling in the bushes with a really gross sound. This goblin leaps out of the bushes and just slams right into the guy. He whips out his blade in a flash and lands a nasty hit on the goblin. He's absolutely fuming because the guild didn't warn anyone about the goblins, and he's sick of the staff being so careless. The boy spots a massive goblin knight leading the pack, towering over all those smaller monsters. Isaac instantly knew high-level goblins were crawling all over the place, and that this spot had officially become their new lair. He rushed the goblin knight and took a huge swing, but the knight just stepped aside and dodged the attack. Isaac screams for everyone to fall back, but let's be real, those goblins aren't going anywhere. The goblin leader lunges forward and swings down hard, forcing the guy to twist his whole body just to block the massive blade. While stuck at the blockade, he remembers the guild member saying those guys only have divine protection because of the seal, and without it, they're just basic level C weaklings. He's screaming at the top of his lungs that it's all a lie. He can't believe he's actually losing to this little bird as the goblin slams him into the dirt and pins him down with all its weight. Suddenly, that flaming spear rips right through the beast, and both the monster and the guy start screaming their heads off. The monster is already down and smoking, with a spear sticking right through it, while Amy checks to see if Isaac is okay. He thinks he's totally fine and can handle things on his own, but when the girl points out how beat up he looks from the fight, he completely loses his cool. Suddenly, the boys were completely cornered by a pack of nasty goblins. Isaac tells everyone to save the drama for later because they're getting totally swarmed by goblins, and he's cussing everyone out just like he always does. The fight's finally over. Goblins are scattered everywhere, and the guys are gasping for air after that insane showdown. They're all wondering if it's finally over, and it totally looks like it, but something's still not right. The Goblin Knight was the big boss, but now that things are chill, they finally agree to let the sorceress start chanting her magic. Isaac's back, and he's not stopping, telling the crew they've got to take out those wyverns before heading back to the guild. And the girls finally agree, even if they aren't feeling it. Wyvern's scream keeps echoing over and over from that massive cliff right in the middle of the area. Our heroes are spying from the bushes, watching a massive pack of creatures crawling and darting all over the place. Isaac tells Amy he's going to rush in to distract the monsters while she uses her magic to break their wings. Then he'll finish them all off once they try to strike back. They start picking off the wyverns that can't keep up, and the girl knows exactly what Isaac is trying to do. The swordsman rushes both wyverns with his blade ready and yells that he's finally snapped. The wyvern is screeching right in his face, and it sounds totally nasty. He slashes at them instantly, but they use their wings to fly up and dodge the strike. Emmy jumps straight into the fight, firing off flaming arrows left and right to take down those flying wyverns. Arrows hunt the dragons down as they crash to the earth in flames, grinning while their bodies shatter into a million pieces. The guy swings his sword and slices them into pieces. Okay, now that he's totally wrecked, it's time for him to jump into the next phase of the plan. Suddenly, another wyvern lunges at the girls with a nasty screech, catching the boy totally off guard since he never even saw it take flight. The girls have to bolt to stay alive, dodging every heavy swing from that massive tail. They're hightailing it away from Wyvern when Isaac catches up to see if they're okay, but one girl is clearly done with him and just lets out a massive sigh. She's totally laying into him for failing his mages, saying a real pro like Locke would have actually kept them safe, and of course, he's absolutely losing his mind. He screams that Locke isn't involved. Isaac had no clue about the other wyvern, and he should be able to handle himself even with guards around, leaving her totally shook. She screams that this is all total garbage, and they need to bail before Isaac gets them killed, but she doesn't even try to fight back. The witch says she can't be around him anymore, so he snaps at her, but then begs them both to stay, looking totally lost and pissed off, like usual. He watches the girls walk off with his eyes wide, screaming at the sorceress Cara to wait, but she doesn't stop, and he gets super mad like always. He watches his old crew ditch him for Locke just to save their own skins, and seeing that guy's face again makes him absolutely lose it. Isaac starts remembering the boy again as an old man tells him the castle is incredible, but Isaac isn't buying it and doesn't feel motivated to learn from it at all. He remembers crying back then and says he's just super annoyed that everyone won't stop talking about that lot. Now, he's totally surrounded by those flying twists, and they're ready to mess him up. As those monsters close in for the kill, the boy decides that if he's going down, he's making sure everyone else fails the quest too. He slammed his sword into the dirt and yelled that there was no way he'd let Loki win. The girls lock eyes, knowing this is a total disaster that shouldn't be real, but somehow it's actually going down. He unleashes the Great Cross spell, and a massive wave of magic sends those projectiles flying in every direction. They vanish into the fire as the girl ducks behind a rock to hide from the magic, while he just stares at his glowing sword with a super creepy look on his face. Energy floods the entire room and starts blasting upward. They locked the peasants away, watched a massive cross rise in the distance, and then they heard that sound. Shannon calls it out. It's definitely Isaac and his crew, and he's 100% sure it can't be anyone else. The kid asks Shannon to hang out, and she says yes. So while everyone else in the village keeps working, Locke puts his trust in Lucky, who totally gets what's happening right away. The squad finally reaches the cliff and spots a cave hidden behind a wall of fresh green vines. He walks out of the dungeon into a massive cloud of smoke, followed by 3 people coughing their lungs out as he realizes just how thick the air is. Isaac and the crew stumble out of the smoke looking totally wrecked, so Amy grabs his arm to help him get out of there. The swordsman tells Locke to just give up because Isaac's massive mistake turned all their materials and twists into a pile of dust. He says there's no way the guys can finish the job now, and he even left a private comment about how he never expected his old friends to play this dirty. Shannon screams at the guy that if he's for real, they have to race back to the capital, buy the materials, and hand them over to the guild, because she's not about to lose when she knows exactly where to find them. They've got to block those things to check for hidden waverons, and even though Shannon tries to complain, she quickly backs off. Isaac glances back and tells Locke's group to search all they want, saying he's heading out to wait for their next meeting while Locke just watches him walk away. The 3 members from Lucky step into the dungeon and find a total nightmare waiting for them in the smoke. They check out the Goblin Knight's body and start thinking there's no way this guy was actually a real knight. Locke figures that Knight was the one bossing the goblins around, so the village is finally in the clear, and Lucky totally agrees. From way up high, the ground looks totally burnt to a crisp, but somehow the plants haven't been touched at all. Every single monster just crumbled into dust, and since Isaac's magic is totally cracked, he's definitely meant to be a mage. But now all the loot is ruined, and he can't even turn it in. Locke thinks it's game over and wants to leave, but then he hears Lucky shouting for joy because he actually found something. Check it out. Those are wyvern eggs hiding right behind those stones. Turns out the eggs were safe under the rocks the whole time. The dog's already asking if they're delicious, but Locke's not sure and knows they've got to turn them into the guild eventually. The villagers are totally hyped that the guys crushed those goblins, and now Shannon's asking if they should go clear out the swamp ones too. Turns out the swamp and the dungeon are actually the same spot, because the map is super old, so these are the exact same goblins they were looking for. Isaac and his squad were supposed to deliver supplies to the guild, but he spent the whole day leveling up the village and farming cabbage instead. The big day is finally here, and it's time for them to head out. They even put up a massive fortress to keep the whole village safe. Turns out, the Ant Queen actually built massive gates and stone walls to shield the village from monsters and keep everything under control. The whole town is going wild, showing our heroes some major love. Moving forward, the villagers are sticking to the heroes' plan to keep leveling up their town. They thanked everyone one last time, totally hyped that cabbage is the best invention ever made. They even tell him he's totally welcome to come back and hang out again. Our hero is absolutely hyped right now. Now all that's left is to take down Isaac and his whole squad. After waving goodbye to everyone, the squad headed straight for the capital, Kronto, to finally get their money situation sorted out. Everything goes down right in the capital city of the Kingdom of Kronto. Our hero scans the streets, totally sure that whatever he's hunting for is hidden right around here. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from a stall, and it's actually that guy from the village Lack healed a while back. The MC asks how business is, and the guy says the cabbage is selling like crazy because everyone's obsessed with the free samples and new dishes. There was even a super cheap special item that the adventurers snatched up instantly. The dude makes a massive profit and tries to give Laku a cut, but Laku refuses the cash and tells him to buy a demonic cow to help the village grow instead. The kid flashes a huge smile and tells Lack that he and the whole village owe him big time for everything. Finally, everything is all set and ready to go. All that's left is to hit up the guild, so our hero locks in and marches straight there with a serious look before stepping right through those massive open gates. Isaac and the secretary are already there waiting, and they've got two girls with them. He snaps that Locke is late, gives him a casual greeting, and the two of them just lock eyes. The requested items are sitting right there on the table, and Lack and Shannon are totally speechless because there's no way Isaac should have been able to find this stuff inside the dungeon. He smirks, bragging that he thought Locke had run away since the materials were missing, but Locke just stays chill and tells him he'd never do something like that. Isaac smirks and asks if he really showed up to the guild with nothing just to mess around, but Locke says it's fine since the materials are all provided anyway. Isaac calls the guy out for trying to look tough, while the secretary starts digging for the truth. The check is finally going down, and the guys are just staring each other down. The thug screams that Locke should already be on his knees begging for mercy with everything he's got. The hero says he doesn't want to make Isaac mad, but he's not the one who's going to be apologizing. And when Isaac asks what's wrong, the answer is actually super simple. The secretary announces that Mr. Locke is officially the winner of the competition. Isaac is completely blown away and has no idea what's going on. But Locke actually delivered 30 scales, 10 claws, 60 wings, 9 wyvern eggs, and 40 stones way ahead of schedule. Isaac is totally confused because Locke got to the dungeon way after them. And since Isaac personally smashed everything inside, there shouldn't have been anything left for him to take. The swordsman charges over and grabs the kid by the collar, accusing him of making shady deals with the guild, but Locke just lets out a huge sigh and tells him he's got it all wrong. Locke tells Isaac to stop talking about honor since he didn't even find those materials himself. He just bought them at a shop. The swordsman asks what the guy is even talking about since he's the one who took down the monster, but Locke leans over the table and refuses to back off. He lifts up the dragonfly's wing and spots the Tushino village mark, which Isaac somehow totally missed. He spills the beans on the whole mess, explaining that after Isaac trashed all the materials, he had to sell his own gear for cheap to buy more, letting the bully totally rip him off. He read Isaac's mind and realized Locke was about to buy up every single missing item in the shop just to win. They already had plenty of supplies, so he just sold them what he had in his stash. He points out that Isaac only blew all that cash because the swordsman was being greedy, and both girls are totally judging him for it. Isaac's losing his mind, asking how that guy even ended up in the dungeon, but Locke just stays chill and lets out a long sigh. He says one look at the map shows a way faster shortcut, but it's super risky and leads straight into the dungeon. Cara says she saw this coming, and Isaac is totally losing his cool like usual. Cara admits she's not down for the death trap anymore, but the guy is totally confused because winning this thing is the only way they get to keep their S-rank status. He asks if the girls even want to crush Loki's team, but Isaac is totally sure they're ready for it. She takes a huge breath and fixes her hair, getting totally locked in. She tells Isaac he's missing something huge. He was the only one who actually cared about winning, and he's totally shocked to hear it. He's still acting like a total hothead. But Locke thanks Isaac for crushing those goblins, leaving Isaac completely confused about what the hero is even talking about. Taking out those goblins was a total win, since they were messing with Locke's favorite village, and those guys were way too broke to pay the guild for help. The guys figured the guild just wanted to help the poor villagers, but the second the hero said that, the secretary flashed a suspicious smile. Right after he got to the village, he sent Shannon to grab those wyvern claws and scales since they were far from the nests, figuring the other guys could handle the goblin on their own. Isaac is totally losing it, screaming that he was just being used while he rants and throws a massive temper tantrum. The kid lunges at the hero and calls him a monster, but right before he swings, a loud scream stops him cold and someone begs him to quit it. Meet Mr. Titus, who's just standing there with his arms crossed and a super serious look on his face while he watches everything go down. He says Mr. Kidd spilled everything about their secret plan, and now Isaac is officially finished. He drops to his knees and just starts bawling his eyes out. It's game over for real, and he finally has to admit he's been beaten. And just like that, the whole plan was finally locked in. Isaac and the whole squad got grilled for answers before getting hit with a major punishment. Amy and Cara caught a break and were only demoted to a lower Navy rank. Isaac's elite S-rank team totally fell apart, and even though Karen and Amy tried to start a new squad with Locke, he turned them down. They finally learned to trust each other and started a new squad, while that guy got thrown in jail and won't be getting out for a long time now that they're investigating all his crimes. Isaac dodged prison, but he spent 6 months grinding in the mines, and now he has to start from scratch if he ever wants to be an adventurer. And man, our hero is feeling absolutely awesome right now. He's just chilling against a tree when the dog suddenly asks him what's on his mind. Turns out it was nothing crazy. He was just zoning out and thinking about his friends. They grew up side by side but were basically strangers, and now he's finally realizing it's worth actually giving her a thought. His childhood friends did some truly messed up things, and now it's making everything super awkward with his new crew. Now he can finally face the sting of being stabbed in the back. Now Locke is finally trusting his squad and using his insane strength to protect them. The dog is finally happy, so Locke asks her to look after him since he's the hero. He says everything's cool and lets the hero lean on the beast for help. The two of them are just staring each other down. Shannon yells that the food is finally ready. The gang heads over to eat. And just like that, another problem is officially solved. But wait, there's actually more to it than that. But things are only getting worse because our guy is about to get dragged into another massive mess. We're going to have to finish this talk later. Let's go with, we're going to have to save this talk for later. Wait, we'll talk about this. Right at the city gates, a squad of warriors is busy gearing up with all sorts of weapons while a pack of massive giants stares them down from the other side. Out of nowhere, actual ogres showed up right outside the capital, towering over the boys like giant boulders. One monster throws a punch so hard it blasts people into pieces, followed by a massive boom that echoes through the air. Things are looking super grim because the warriors are totally overwhelmed, and now the ogres are about to push through and wreck the whole place. If the guys can just hang on until the knights show up, they're safe. But the travelers know those knights are totally gonna steal all the glory. The warrior tried to talk more trash, but the ogre raised his massive fist to crush him, and it looked like both he and his friend were totally done for. Suddenly, Locke bursts in, riding a white horse, which is actually Lucky, and everyone is so hyped to see him. He apologizes for being late, while the warrior tells the kid to train hard and catch up so he can finally crush those ogres. He tells them to trust him because it's finally time to strike back, and they charge straight at the monsters to start their own attack. The beast locks down the ogre's hand, but the ogre just keeps swinging with his free arm, and the boy is totally freaking out. A flaming spear rips right through the monster's chest, thrown by Amy, the sorceress the boy already knows. He thanks her, but she warns him to stay on his toes because things are about to get super dangerous. He asks the Ant Queen Patra to take charge since leading is her specialty, and she's totally down to help him out. She's cooking up this super confusing plan to mix and match everyone in ways that honestly make zero sense. Everyone gets a massive power boost when the hero buffs them with magic, and they thank him for like the 1,000th time. They charge straight into the fields and start wrecking everything in sight. Fighters are swarming in from every direction to crush this one monster. Shannon and a bunch of dudes are jumping this other guy. The third guy got totally dazed and tackled to the dirt by the others, while the dog finally jumped into the action. Lucky smacks another ogre and drops it flat with his paw. Locke's jaw drops because that hit was insane, and even though Lucky flexes that it was light work, he admits that dog is a straight-up monster. That guy thinks Patra is totally crushing it, and by bringing all those actors together, she can basically take down anyone. She and Shannon work together perfectly, totally proving why she's the Queen Anne. Locke spots a gargoyle cannon absolutely blasting one of the ogres. He whips up a ball of wind and fires it at the monster, but the beast doesn't even feel it. The demon screams that his attack failed and he's totally losing all hope. His powers are still totally locked away and he can't break the seal alone. So Lucky has to help the gargoyle crack that lock. After that crazy fight, 3 ogres are left slumped on the ground right in front of the city wall. The last enemy is finally down, and the whole squad is going absolutely wild with hype. Cara uses her healing magic to patch up the beat-up warrior and get him back on his feet. Everyone's giving the saint a huge thank you because they're all legit grateful for her. She tells him, "You can't just keep your thanks to yourself if you want to score some clothes," and she's honestly a total pro at handling the spotlight. Suddenly, a guy on a horse shows up, and he's surrounded by a whole squad of people who look exactly the same. These guys are the Empire's elite Imperial Knights. Leading the charge is the super serious Marcus, the captain of the Imperial Knights. He gives the adventurers a quick thanks for helping out with the ogre situation. To figure out why they went totally crazy, the adventurers are super salty because those monster bodies are worth a fortune, but the knights are shutting them down and refusing to listen. Locke stays quiet, just watching the whole thing go down. Back in the city, this guy slams his fist on the table and screams at Marcus, demanding to know what he's even talking about. The traveler calls the knight out for trying to steal the monsters from the guild that actually put in the work to kill those ogres. He stays totally chill and says they have to figure this out since those monsters are way too close to the capital for comfort, and he's going to make sure they pay for it. But one guild member starts complaining that the knights are being total cheapskates, offering only a tiny bit of cash and refusing to negotiate any better deals. Titus steps up and calls them out, saying the knights only showed up after the fight was over, so since the adventurers did all the hard work, he's demanding a massive payout and then some. Marcus warns Titus that he's totally crossing the line and needs to let the guy go since he's already super depressed. The guild secretary finally steps in and tells them both to just knock it off. She's actually already set to talk to the squad's deputy captain, and Titus feels totally terrible about the whole thing. Marcus is still just sitting there while Locke carries Shannon and Pat on his shoulders, and they're all talking about what just went down. Tit knows things look rough, but he says wrong is still wrong, and pretty soon every traveler is going to ditch this place. These guys are the heart of the kingdom, keeping everyone safe by hunting down monsters and smashing through every dungeon they find. Now, there are way fewer monster attacks, everyone's getting buffed with dungeon loot, and Marcus is a total idiot for not seeing how much this helps. He points out how rare it is for Titus to get this emotional, and the man just says his friendship with Marcus is honestly super toxic. He keeps hitting Locke up with missions that are supposedly straight from the guild. Magic firestones are being stolen like crazy, and since there aren't any witnesses, Titus is sending Locke to handle the mess. Our hero thinks it's super weird, but the guild member trusts this guy so much he's willing to pay him just for the effort, even if the criminal gets away. He says he totally gets it, and is going to dig deep to find out what's really going on. Out of nowhere, Shannon makes a noise that catches everyone off guard, but it's just her stomach growling because she's starving, and she is totally dying of embarrassment. Right there in the middle of the market, he's grabbing whatever snacks he can find and feeding them to Shannon. The whole squad sits down and digs into some dango together. That's not dango, It's actually wild boar lard on a stick, and Shannon says sorry to the guy yet again for the whole mess. He tells her not to sweat it since he was starving too, and she thanks him for being so chill about waiting. The whole squad is finally together, and they're finally heading to the one spot our hero has been dying to reach. They've stepped into a weaponsmith's workshop and are busy checking out all the gear inside. The blacksmith asks Locke what's wrong, and since they already know each other, they quickly strike a deal. The guy mentions the total mess with his old friends, and Koval just says they had the nerve to disrespect him, so that's just how it goes. The guy is shocked the blacksmith knows about his secret magic, but it's actually pretty obvious since his gear is old and looks like total trash. He asks why the hero is back, but it turns out Locke is just there to grab some gear for the ants. The blacksmith saw Patro wearing a crown and realized, after looking closer, that she was actually the queen of the ants. He looks up to the guy, just like everyone else in the city, and tells him to pick whatever he wants. These familiars are seriously testing out all kinds of different stuff. When it finally came down to it, every single one of them made their choice. He tells Shannon and Gargoyle to grab some loot for themselves, but they turn him down, so he leans over to Patra and realizes she's the one the staff actually chose. She's dreaming of using magic to help people just like her dad, but the big catch is that no one knows if she can even use it yet. He tells her she should just give it a shot and let them keep training together. She's totally down, and honestly, support magic is perfect for a leader like her since the whole thing is finally over anyway. Suddenly, this knight in a white cloak shows up, and even though Mateo tries to say hi, the guy just ignores him and heads straight for Partha. He sneaks up right behind her. Right in the middle of his training, he lands a massive kick that sends the monster crashing into the far wall. This guy rushes over to her and asks if she's doing okay. The warrior is totally grossed out and asks why there are even monsters in the shop, while Locke just wants to know what the heck he's doing. He tells the rookie tamer that a total noob like him should have never brought girls or monsters here. Knight mocks the guys, telling them to stop acting so tough just because Locke has some powerful monsters. The knight asks one more time who this kid thinks he is, but he stays dead silent because he's totally offended. Even leans in toward Patry and asks how she's holding up, just to be safe. But don't worry, because the girl is actually doing just fine. She said blocking him was a total breeze, since his hit was way too slow to do anything. And just like you'd expect from a powerful monster, Patra is doing just fine. The knight is totally freaking out, because it's not used to being ignored, so it screams and asks the guy if he seriously has no clue who he really is. Locke and his whole squad have no clue what's going on, and they're all pretty much expecting the absolute worst. He stands tall and tells those trashy peasants they need a lesson, and he's going to tell them exactly who he is, so they never forget it. This is Missile, a high-class noble who's 100% guaranteed to be the next leader of the Knight Order. He warns him that picking a fight with this guy is a huge mistake, but the other dude just says he doesn't care. This guy isn't scared of the rockets one bit, and he's so fuming that he's demanding an immediate apology for Patrick. Missile starts roasting Shannon and tells Locke to get that beastly elf away from him, warning her that it's a huge mistake to mess with a member of the Knights. She fires back that his words don't mean a thing to her, and she's gonna make him pay for every single one. Knight laughs at Shannon for getting her feelings hurt, which was his plan all along, especially after he kept roasting her about her age until she finally got super offended. She screams that he's totally wrong because she doesn't care about the age jokes. She's actually mad that Missile called Locke a total amateur beast tamer. She whips out a blade and points it right at him, leaving the guy totally shocked by her move. She says she's about to teach the knight some manners and fix its attitude, while the clueless guy gets all worked up and totally misses the person sneaking up right behind him. Missile warns the girl she's totally gonna regret this as he pulls out his sword, but a furious Marcus is already standing right behind him. The knight senses someone behind him, spins around to see the commander, and his hype instantly disappears. After getting punished, he finally says sorry to Patroclus exactly like Locke wanted from the start. Mark feels super bad about how he acted as a lackey and gives Locke a real apology, which is honestly a total boss move. He even says sorry to poor Troya, but she's totally cool with it. Locke says, since Patras is cool with it, he's letting everyone off the hook. And while Marcus keeps apologizing, it turns out these two actually know each other. Literally everyone in the city gets how luck works, except for a total idiot like Missile. He asks if the guys are done investigating, but since they aren't, he turns to the blacksmith and demands the full story on those stolen gems. He says this happens all the time, like once or twice a week. And today, another worker just lost one. But nobody has any clue why the guy is doing it. Marcus admits they're still in the dark, so the hero starts putting all the pieces together. The commander heads back to the main office, but tells the guy to let him know if anything wild goes down. As the sun starts to come up, Locke is actually shocked by his own reaction. Chan's hanging out with two other guys, and even though she expected Marcus to be a total monster, he's actually a really nice dude. But when Titan starts chewing him out, the rest of the crew is definitely going to take Titan's side. Locke cooks up a fresh plan and asks the blacksmith to take him right to the crime scene to find the clues he needs to fix everything. And the blacksmith is totally on board. He leads the guy into the workshop, and the walls are totally covered in weapons. Everything's shut tight, with the windows, doors, and even the chests locked up solid. Koval points out the single stone on the desk, but the boy spots two entrances and realizes the thief could have easily snuck in without the owner even noticing. He's still totally confused about why he needs this firestone when there's way better loot nearby, so he just asks where they're keeping the rest of them. Turns out the chest is locked tight, and nobody has managed to swipe even one stone yet. He's totally stumped by what's happening, so he asks to call for backup, and once he gets the green light, he brings out his Pokemon. Luckily, he just barely manages to squeeze into the room. He demands to know why he was dragged into this gross pit, and the boy just says he's sorry. The blacksmith is totally hyped by the beast's raw power, and the dog just says he's super glad to meet him. He asks if a dog can sniff out the thief, but even though it's possible, all the other crazy smells make it super hard to stay on the trail. The dog realizes he's totally helpless and says sorry, but Locke tells him it's all good and thanks him for showing up. The blacksmith is totally obsessed with the kid again, and now he's dying to get his hands on that bracelet where the boy keeps his familiars because he's losing his mind, seeing. He tells Shannon he saw Locke training back when he was a total klutz, and she's completely blown away by the news. Locke tries to keep the blacksmith quiet and barely stops the guy from blurting out a super embarrassing story. Patrick is back at it and wants to give her another gift. It's literally just a tiny little bib. Turns out it's a mithril chestplate that's super light but insanely strong, and Locke is totally geeking out over it. This metal is strictly for kings and super rich nobles, so he definitely can't afford it. But don't worry, everything is totally fine. His noble family wanted him to wear this heavy chestplate, but he got so sick that he couldn't even put it on anymore. They told him to trash the plate, but the blacksmith refused since he already pocketed the cash and decided to just give it away for free. The guys score this super expensive gift, but it needs some quick repairs before they can finally get the plaque in a few days. The next morning rolls around, and everyone is already waiting deep in the forest. These ants have razor-sharp blades, and they're just waiting for the boars to charge right at them. One of them lunges at a boar and takes it out in a single hit, which is honestly a super rare sight. The rest of the squad starts blasting away with their new gear, and they're totally crushing it. Turns out these kids are super fast learners, and in just one day, they already mastered the weapon. He thought it was just a fist fight, but that weapon gave them a huge power boost out of nowhere. He's honestly just waiting for them to get way more powerful. Anyway, everything is going perfectly now that they've finally got every single boar enslaved. The guys used this mission to test out their new skills, and since everything went smoothly, he asks a hurt ant named Bai if she's in pain. But nope, that's not how it went down. Everyone locks eyes at the exact same moment, and then boom, Potra finally shows up. He reaches out and gently strokes Aunt Bee's head. Everyone else got it too, and started jumping the hero, even though he was just trying to fix the mess. Finally, everyone just collapses onto the ground with massive grins on their faces. Locke, Shannon, and Patra realized that the ant kids were actually super happy. Out of nowhere, he gets word that the sacred beast Wyvern is hatching soon, and he's totally lost because nobody knows if they'll actually be friends. The shell starts to crack, and a moment later, the three of them watch with huge smiles as their new friends finally pop out. They're so hyped to finally hatch, and the boy gives them a huge smile and says they did an awesome job while a bird chills on his shoulder. This guy's convinced the celestial bird was babysitting the eggs because he totally didn't expect them to hatch this fast. Even Lucky was shocked after making friends with the sacred beast Wyvern, and now he can power up 3 different things in this entire dimension. Our hero checks out his upgrade list, looks at the hot springs, the mine, and the banana tree, and decides he's definitely picking them this time. Just like that, all 3 items he picked start leveling up, and a stone building appears right by the hot spring. This mountain hot spring looks like total paradise, and since they just found a mine, they can start crafting epic weapons and armor with special skills right in the mini-monster garden. Now, they're clicking on bananas and watching their mini-monster garden grow, while our guy checks out the banana trees. He thinks it's awesome and tells everyone to head back to the guild to report that those giant boars are finally dealt with, and the girl is totally down. The 4 of them hop on their mounts and split into 2 groups as the boy tells the girl he's cooking a massive boar for dinner and selling the rest at the market, making her smile and nod. Suddenly, the furry beast stops dead in its tracks, and when our hero asks what's up, the monster just tells him to look over there. Way off in the distance, you can see a pile of graves, and one of them is way bigger than the rest. They're all staring at the fireball when Lucky Samley suddenly bolts toward it to check it out, but the MC stops her, worried it might actually be a ghost. The 3 of them stood in the silent graveyard, looking around. But when the boy realized the fireball had vanished, Lucky started complaining about his terrible luck. Shannon ducks behind him and grabs his shirt, and he realizes that everything is shaking like crazy. She gives a shy smile and says sorry for being so rude to ghosts, so the MC just reaches out and gives her a sweet head pat. He tells her they're right there if things get crazy, but if it's too much, she can just hang out in the mini-monster garden. So she gives a big smile and struts away, feeling super confident. He checks out the massive headstone and reads the name, realizing the legendary sage Demort is actually buried right here. He spills the beans to the whole group, and Lucky and Shannon are so shocked they make him say it all over again. Our MC explains that everyone calls Demort the Great Wisdom because, according to the legends, she's the one who basically built this whole country. She's not just gorgeous and super nice, she's a literal genius who walked right into the Demon Lord's lair to force a peace treaty. And she's the only reason the whole country is safe today. Shannon is totally shocked to be called a legend, but the MC tells her it's just a myth, and they'll never really know the truth. The kid points out the sun is already going down and says it's time to head back to the guild, and Lucky is totally on board. They walk into the guild a bit later and are shocked to see some guy shouting, asking if there's a problem with his request. This guy is clutching a piece of paper and looks absolutely fuming. The girl at the counter tells him again that the issue is with the job details. She's not even sure if any adventurer. The guy with the paper realizes this is the same animal tamer who showed up just in time yesterday, and out of nowhere, our hero actually takes the paper he's holding out. A bunch of used firestones were found in the sewer, and they need someone to go down and clean it, and the guy is totally shocked when he sees the massive 30 gold coin reward. He tells the kid the pay is so trash, it's basically charity work, but asks why that even matters, since a high-ranking commander sent the request, and it'll definitely get picked up anyway. The guild is literally there to serve the night orders, so they should stop crying and just approve his request while he calls out to the girl at the desk. She asked if he really said that, got super mad, and demanded to know who he was talking about. He's totally freaked out by her look, but she just gives a chill smile and says she finally gets who she is while pinning a note to the bulletin board. He just walks away and tells them he doesn't care what they do, while our hero checks to see if the girl is all right. She says that dragging out the argument will just cause drama for everyone else, so she's taking this as a major lesson. She's super ticked off because he basically insulted her and the whole guild, while our MC is just shaking and stressing over the request. Our hero and Shannon are trekking through the nasty sewer, pinching their noses because some combustible stones ended up down there, and the smell is totally gross. After cleaning his hands, the guy spots those firestones again, but he knows they need way more, so the girl heads off to scout for any hidden ones they might have missed. He warns her to watch out because the floor is super slick, but she promises him she's got it under control. She brags about how easy it is to balance, but the second she starts spinning, she trips on her heels and falls flat on her back. But he's way too fast and catches her just in time, scooping her right up into his arms. He tells her it's awesome she's so confident, but warns that being too cocky is actually dangerous. And as she says sorry, she can't help but notice how close his face is to hers. He scoops her up and says they need to get out of there because this place reeks. She totally agrees, and it's already pitch black outside. The guy points out how dark it's getting while the girl gets lost in her feelings, but then the MC suddenly asks Shannon to hit the hot springs with him, leaving her totally flustered. He looks up at the winged creatures that just flew down and landed right on his hands. Our MC thinks it's crazy they can fly already, but he's told these creatures grow super fast, even if they're only hovering a few feet up for now, thanks to the training from... He asks the gargoyle if it can fly, and it flexes back, saying those wings aren't just for show. Gargoyle brags that he can fly with both of them on his back, so when the man asks for a tour around the city's edge, he's totally down for it. Our MC heads back to Shannon to check in, but she's super busy and is already daydreaming about them hitting the hot springs together. He walks back, and she's totally freaked out, but he tells her she's one of them now, and they gotta get moving. They both hop onto a gargoyle's back and take off, with our hero calling him a total legend for actually being strong enough to carry them both. The boy asks Shannon if she's doing all right, and while she says she's fine, she suddenly spots something weird. They're soaring high above a gorgeous city with a massive walled castle sitting right in the center. She's totally stunned by how beautiful it is, calling it a carpet of light, and he agrees, promising he'll definitely show this to everyone else. They thank the gargoyle, and he's actually shocked he could help since he's totally useless in a real fight. The kid tells him not to sweat the fighting since he's a huge help with the chores, plus being able to fly is a total game changer. But he starts tearing up just thinking about that man. Our guy tells him the seal will finally break if things go right, but he's low-key scared he won't even be the same person anymore. The boy says they should all fly together once the babies grow up, and the gargoyle is totally down for it. Our hero really wants a flying familiar that can carry Lucky along for the ride, and even though it sounds like a total pipe dream, the gargoyle actually knows a beast that fits the bill. The gargoyle says the griffin is huge, so it'll have no problem flying Lucky around. He's his best friend, so he's helping them no matter what, and you've got to go see him the second this whole mess is over. They're finally heading back, but the water in the hot spring is starting to bubble like crazy. Everyone's totally blown away by the hot springs, and the ants start diving right in to chill out. Garuglia is loving the view, but Shannon is super embarrassed because she thought it was just going to be the two of them, and she totally jumps when the guy suddenly talks to her. The whole crew is just chilling in the warm hot springs when suddenly our main guy hears a mysterious splash nearby. Lucky hops into the water and says it feels awesome, but when they ask if he actually hates swimming, he totally agrees. Lucky hates washing up, but he's obsessed with hot springs because they're huge and deep enough for him to totally sink in. The pet tells the boy she's so grateful he saved her from that dungeon, because now she finally gets to relax in these hot springs. He says he's got to say thanks, because without him, he would have totally been toast in that massive fire. The beast reaches out with its sharp claws, but our guy just grins and gives it a fist bump. The ants dive straight into the water as the gargoyle tells them they're in for an epic, dreamlike drop just ahead. The next day, Patre slips into a gorgeous dress and says it fits her perfectly and looks absolutely amazing on her. He thanks Matteo and reveals he actually made some sweet armor for the ants too, so he tells them they should definitely test it out right now. The kid tells the blacksmith he didn't have to go so hard, but the ants are actually stoked because the guy rarely gets to make armor for kids and he was hyped to do it. He used so little material that he's not even worried, just letting the ants tear that armor to shreds. Our hero tries to pay him and asks if it's enough, but the blacksmith refuses the money, saying this isn't just gear, it's a gift to show how thankful he is. The kid tells him that if he's not down, he should just keep the gear and give it away for free to broke adventurers or kids who really need it. Koval feels super bad that E put our hero in such a weird spot, but the guy just brushes it off and denies that it's even an issue. He just walked away from that elite S-rank group with a big payout, promising to stash the money in a new spot. Everyone was waiting on the blacksmith when he suddenly called Loki over, and Loki rushed in asking what the heck was going on. The guy is totally panicking as he tells the boy that someone swiped the firestones, and Locke is absolutely stunned. The blacksmith points out the window where he saw a blue light, and the MC tells Lucky to get on the trail. Lucky Sniffson tracked that strong scent right to the thief, but the room is so tiny he can barely even squeeze in. Our hero tells the whole squad to wait in the mini-monster garden, everyone except Lucky, and says he'll call them the second he needs backup. He's tearing down the street on Lucky, zooming past everyone and realizing they're all being way too quiet about what happened, and he has no clue who could have done this. They're suddenly back at Voldemort's grave, and our main guy is totally caught off guard. Our MC asks Lucky if they're in the right spot, and Lucky says, yeah, as the trail leads them straight to a grave. He looks around, and everything seems totally normal, but even though the ghosts swipe the stones, he suddenly hears a weird noise. He asks the heavenly bird what went down, and she hooks him up with a flower that keeps evil spirits away. Out of nowhere, the grave starts glowing and slides open to reveal a hidden staircase, leaving everyone totally shocked. Our hero realizes he was totally tricked by a massive illusion. He's never seen magic this insane in his entire life. Lucky asks what the plan is for these guys, but the tunnel is way. He calls for light and heads down, wondering if he'll find the stolen stones here. Locke steps into a totally empty room and thinks it's crazy to find a place like this hidden under a grave, right before a voice tells him they almost never get visitors. Out of nowhere, a skeleton in a dress pops up with a super creepy vibe, and our hero is pretty sure she's actually a witch. The skeleton tells the kid that finding this place proves he's a high-level mage, so he grabs the sword and asks who she is, and she explains that only one creature lives under its own grave, and it's her. The kid is totally shocked and refuses to believe she's actually Demort, but she just tells him he's powerless to stop her anyway, and while he's still doubting the whole thing, a fairy suddenly starts talking to him from above. She tells him to put the weapon away and demands to know what he was even trying to do to Mort. Pixie pops out of nowhere, making our MC quickly hide his blade, but she warns him that if he wants a fight, he's got to go through her first, or she'll roast him into a literal puddle of fire. Demort begs her to stop, and while Lala wonders if she's even making sense, she tells him that his time dealing with her fury is officially over. Demorty asks what he's doing there, and the guy explains he's investigating a bunch of gemstone robberies that went down earlier that day. They track the thief all the way to this spot, but they still have no clue who he is, and Lala is starting to get really creeped out. Pixie gulps so loud that the guy catches her, and when Demorte asks if Lala did it, Pixie starts yelling how sorry she is. She couldn't find the items in the dungeon, so she just swiped them. And now Demort is asking if she totally forgot the rule about not causing trouble for everyone else. Pixie says they're in trouble without those firestones, but then she just goes quiet. So the MC asks her what's up. Demorte casually says that without those gems, her life will just flicker out, leaving the main character in total shock. She's totally lost track of time, but she definitely remembers drinking while every single person there stared her down. The girl shouts that the sake is almost gone and demands a refill because this is Domoart, a legendary sage who's honestly just a massive alcoholic. The horned guy across from her starts shaking and tensing up, shouting that he's finally hit his limit. She smirks and tells him he can't handle that much, and even though he's the demon lord, he's totally ignoring her because he's feeling super sick. She's super confident that the win is hers now, and she asks him if he's finally ready to shut down the war for good. He gives her a death stare and snaps that the demons didn't even want to start this war. People chopped down every single tree in the area, leaving the monsters with nothing to eat, so he just stepped in and took the land back. These demons have zero clue how to grow their own food, and the girl just stares at him in total silence. Demort offers to teach them how to grow their own food, but only if he finally agrees to end the war. There was tons of food to go around, and the monsters finally stuffed their faces and felt totally satisfied. With the war finally over, Demort took the chance to dive headfirst into researching nutrition. She also had this student named Lydia, who was super sweet and always full of energy. She was totally useless at magic, but her social skills were so elite that everyone started trusting her. And she was super proud because she usually couldn't even talk to people without a drink. She tells Lydia that the crops are going to grow at lightning speed and gives her major props for it. She says that if they can pump out more food with way fewer people, they'll fix this whole hunger crisis in no time. Lydia heads back to her master, who's suddenly acting all quiet and grumpy, so she asks him if they can finally get back to hunting for that hidden loot. Lydia says if they can get the undead to work for them, they'll have a non-stop food supply since zombies don't need to eat and can do all the hard work. Demort reminds Lydia that she's already said she's done with studying things that aren't even alive. She was working like crazy on a cure for the common cold and was almost done, but her research was never actually meant to be finished. Even if it's just a theory right now, this could be turned into a weapon and totally wreck the world's power balance, whether Lydia gets it or not. She asks what the big deal is, but the master tells her that since they aren't starving anymore, she should stop worrying about food and focus on research that'll actually change the world. Lydia wants to go down in history too, so she's ditching the basic lessons to learn everything she can from her. Her master begs her to stop, but Lydia refuses to lose her lead, and eventually she and all her cold research just vanish into thin air. She spent her whole life searching, but never found her, and it looked like her hunt for Lydia and her rhinitis research were totally over when she died. But death wasn't going to keep her down. As the years went by, her magic soaked into the earth until she turned into a lifeless bone creature, basically becoming a larva. She knew exactly what it felt like to be dead, so even though her magic used to be infinite, she had to hold back while building these secret tomb rooms and keep the entrance hidden with illusions. She started using her own body as a test subject just to keep studying the dead. If Lydia finishes her cold research, she's got to make a cure, but it's only going to work for a tiny bit. Just like we thought, without any magic left, she can't even hold her body together, and there aren't any mana stones around for her to grab. She thought she was a goner, but then she spotted Pixie zooming into the room. The skeleton greets her, and she completely panics, realizing the thing is actually alive right before it tells her she's standing on her own grave. Pixie says sorry for dropping in so suddenly, but the skeleton tells her it's totally fine since she's his first guest, and he notices her wing is bent. Pixie shouts that it's not her problem and asks if she looks totally gross. The skeleton asks what's wrong, and she explains that her wing is totally busted and keeps her from flying, while everyone else just makes her feel like a total embarrassment. The owner asks Pixie for advice because she thinks she's ugly, especially since being a skeleton makes her look both gross and super scary. She can't even fly, which is a total bummer because that would have been so cool. The girl reaches out to Pixie and introduces herself as Demort, but Pixie just laughs and says her real name is Lala. They talked for a super long time, but when Lala asked about the great sage's name, she was totally shocked to find out the skeleton right in front of her was actually the legend himself. They both found a partner, and after she revealed she was actually dying, she decided to give the magic stone back to stop Demortadai for good. She admits she's the thief who swiped that explosive stone and says she'll take any punishment he's got, just as long as he leaves Lala out of it. Lala admits she swiped the stone and asks for punishment, but Demorte tells her it's all good as long as she follows orders. Pixie calls her a lying old witch who stole the stone just for fun, while Demorte tells her to just keep her promise so everything stays chill. Demort begs her to stop throwing her life away for someone who's already a goner, but Pixie shouts that she's her first real friend and she's not letting her die. He looks at them and realizes it's for real. Crimes like these usually get you the death penalty. She could have just wrecked him and ran, but she chose to stay and own her mistakes, so now these two are both carrying the guilt for each other. The hero calls them both out for robbing the shop and the knights, but Pixie admits she hit the store and swears she never touched the knight's stuff. He asks if they know about all the stones stolen from the order, but Pixie just acts like she has no clue what he's talking about. He realizes there's another thief in the mix, and suddenly he spots something weird outside. They rush outside and their jaws drop when they see the entire capital city is up in flames. The three of them watch the capital go up in flames as the MC tells Lucky it's finally time to head back and face their family legacies. Carver catches Demortes' eye and begs them to let her tag along. Right now, the whole capital is in a total panic as everyone tries to outrun these terrifying monsters. The warriors scream for everyone to book it to the western gates, but then one of them spots a guy who just hit the ground. He let out a shout and lunged, saving the girl with one clean sword strike that left the monster collapsed and the boy gasping for air. Suddenly, another monster leaps out and tackles the boy, nearly sinking its teeth into him. Just then, something massive slams into the monster, and it's a girl with animal ears swinging a giant hammer. She asks if he's okay, and he's actually surprised he's fine and thanks her. But she knows they're in deep trouble and wonders why this is happening when there are barely any adventurers around to help. He rushes over to her and looks back at Rika, while the girl gives him a huge smile, so happy that he actually showed up. He asks her what's going on, and it turns out a massive swarm of Night Order monsters just turned into zombies and started going totally berserk. Everyone's caught off guard as the adventurers rush in to help, but even their holy magic can't stop this freezing cold. Ever since the Night Order started snatching up all those monster corpses, tons of adventurers have bailed to find help in other countries, but backup isn't showing up anytime soon. Everyone sees the monsters swarming the girl, but she tells Loki she's heading that way and trusts him to have her back while she protects the person the undead just jumped. Demort thinks this whole mess started because of science and magic, and he's putting all the blame right on Lydia. She used those firestones to power her freezing research and finish the project, but she got totally busted when they realized she was the one who stole all those missing stones. Our guy tells them he'll explain later, kicks everyone out except for the wyverns, and they all actually listen. He tells the squad to wipe out every monster and keep everyone safe, then shocks Patra by putting her in charge, and she's surprised but totally down for it. Lockwood was about to say more, but a sudden orc attack cut him off, and Demorti instantly threw up a massive wall using his hellish dungeon power. Demorti tells everyone Tucho is joining the team with her crazy cool magic. Then the MC introduces her while taking the name Lala for himself, explaining they're all on the same side, so there. Demort says she's literally about to die because she used way too much magic, so she asks if anyone has some magic stones. The boy asks Patri about them, and she says she's got a ton more, but she left the rest back at her place. Demort realizes these are top tier, and with this many, she can wrap the whole kingdom in a holy shield to wipe out every last undead monster. The kid asks if it's for real, and Morta tells him she needs a minute to charge her spell, so the crew has to step up and buy her some time. Everyone rushes straight into the fight and totally wrecks the undead, using a mix of heavy hits and powerful magic. The ants are all hyped up after winning, but the MC warns them to stay sharp because that freezing cold is definitely coming back. The undead body they just crushed starts vanishing, and our hero is totally caught off guard. He asks what the deal is. If Shannon and the other pros can't take them down, why are familiars the only ones who can? The hero finally figures it out and tells Shannon to get the other adventurers to back up his familiars. His power turns their attacks holy, the girl catches on, and the MC realizes they finally have a real shot at winning. His beasts finally shake off their sickness, and our guy is hyped because they've already wrecked most of the monsters. He realizes he's totally running out of time, just as a night order suddenly pops up. The adventurers are fuming, glaring at the knights and telling them to quit messing around and hurry it up. The knights look totally on edge, and our hero yells for everyone to stop because he spots one of them aiming a bow right at their heads. Suddenly, they all start blasting right at the crowd that was just watching the knights. Everyone freaked out as arrows flew right at them, but they just hit the ground, and the people who used their tails to shield the group were lucky enough to not get hit at all. Our hero thanks him for using magic to toughen up his fur. Lucky totally agrees. And then the guy asks his knight allies for their take on everything. The boy spots those creepy red eyes, and the lead knight yells that the enemy is right in front of them, ordering his squad to take them out. Everyone asks the MC for the plan, So one guy suggests knocking him out cold while the gargoyle calls on the wind spirits for backup. The gargoyle launches a massive magic orb at the enemies and totally wrecks them. The spirits swarm the knights, and just when our hero thinks they've won, those knights stand right back up like it was nothing. The gargoyle is freaking out because it can still fly, and our main guy has no clue what to do next. A knight is right behind him, swinging a sword, and the kid tries to dodge at the very last second. Out of nowhere, a short girl from the group smacks him right in the face, sending the knight flying to the side. She tells him to keep his guard up, so he thanks Patro and apologizes. But that night, he's so exhausted, he can barely even stand. The knight grabs his face and yells at the ant for hurting him. But the hero just smirks and asks if he remembers them, making the knight snap back that of course he does, unless they think he's a total moron. He looks around at the weird vibe and notices his eyes are back to normal, realizing his brain is finally fixed because magic failed, but hitting him really hard actually worked. The guy tells everyone to listen up, explaining that if they just beat the knights, they'll snap back to normal, and everyone's totally on board. The knight asks what's going on, and the kid explains that a massive undead army hit the capital and brainwashed the Knight Order, making the knight realize his own soldiers have been turned into zombies. Our hero tells him to get out and save the civilians, but he refuses to budge, claiming that as a knight of the Knight Order, it's his duty to stay and fight. Those monsters who messed with the kingdom are about to regret everything the second this guy charges into the fight. Our guy begs him to stop because he can't handle this alone, telling him to quit wasting time on the small fry and go for the big boss. So the knight listens and charges straight for the biggest monster. The knight is screaming, and even though the freezing wind tries to land a hit, it just ends up backing away. The knight is totally freaked out when he sees his attack barely left a scratch, and right then, the ghost slams him with everything it's got. He gets sent flying and slams into the dirt, losing his sword as he struggles to his knees to face what's coming. The undead stands up and throws a punch. The knight realizes he's in big trouble, and that fist is already flying right at him. He slams the guy with everything he's got, shattering the ground beneath them and leaving the whole crowd totally speechless. The monster's attack misses because Patra jumps in and grabs its hand to save him. She tells him a weakling like him should just run away, and man, that really sets him off. He dashes toward her, realizing that even though she's an A-rank monster, she definitely can't take 2 hits from that orb. He dashes forward, taking out the undead as he races to reach Patry, but he's weirdly terrified for some reason. The massive corpse swings for another hit, but Potra is completely out of moves and just stands there frozen. Suddenly, a freezing blast slams down from above and completely crushes the patrol and the knight. Just like everyone else, our guy is staring in total horror at what the dead just did, refusing to believe this nightmare is actually real. Locke is totally losing it as he remembers all those times Patro was actually happy and always laughing. He drops to the ground, totally losing it as he sobs and screams Potra's name at the top of his lungs. Potra is suddenly way up in the air, and Viverna scoops her up to fly her straight to the main guy. Everyone sees what's going on except Locke, so Lucky tells him to chill since Potter is actually okay, and he looks up in total shock. Patra's shaking as she says sorry, totally freaked out after almost dying, and our hero has no clue how she's even still breathing. Anna explains that the wyvern actually saved her and remembers pulling it out, while the guy wonders when they got so massive and admits they were saved that night too. Gargoyle says dragons grow super fast, and our guy is totally shocked, wondering if his tamer powers are the reason they're becoming such a huge help. Shannon rushes back to Locke and tells him they're out of time, while a massive horde of zombies blocks their path. So our hero tosses Patry a potion that makes her skin glow bright as soon as she chugs it. She thanks him for getting her moving again, but as the wyvern lifts her up, everyone else gets ready to pounce. These ants are all riding on wyverns and gargoyles, and our MC is totally shocked because they look just like tiny dragons. They start blasting the undead from above to finish off the rest of the horde. Our guy is loving this, but he's still got a whole squad of knights to take down. Suddenly, a dude with a sword lunges at his back, but he dodges it just in time. He snaps back and glares into the shadows as the knight itself asks Loki if he's finally going to step in. The knight warns that his squad is going to kick every adventurer out of the guild, and Titus is definitely getting the boot. If Locke tries to stop him, he's dead meat, because he's picking a fight with a guy who literally can't pull his punches. He's barely blocking those hits, which makes sense for the leader of the Knight Order, but I never thought I'd actually have to fight him myself. The knight boots him right in the gut, sending him flying back, gasping for air as Shannon screams his name in total panic. Our hero thinks this is totally lame, so this absolute beast of a guy shoots Marcus just to wake him up. Marcus swears he's totally normal, but Locke says they look like weirdos everywhere because of Tit, the leader of the fallen adventurers. Whether they like it or not, Marcus is the king of the Knight Order, and he's way out of their league. Marcus says this country only needs order at night, and the MC just stares him down. Marcus grips his sword and yells that anyone in his way is dead meat as he charges straight for the main character. Out of nowhere, Lucky shoves him back with his tail and tells him to shut it, while our guy just stands there feeling super awkward. He's totally out of juice that night, and even though Lucky calls him a loudmouth, he still thanks him for the massive save. She asks Locke if he's doing okay, and while he says he's fine, they still have no idea what happened to Marcus. Marcus's finger suddenly twitches, then he stands up and starts moving in a really creepy way. Our MC asks Lucky where he got hit because he's moving so weirdly, but Lucky says he's always like this, and Marcus just starts losing it. Marcus looks ahead and thinks it's totally insane that these guys are cracking jokes instead of being worried. Our MC notices Marcus sounds totally different, asks who he really is, and then sees his eyes turn pitch black. Marcus shocks the whole room by claiming he's actually Lydia, the first student and true heir of the legendary sage Demore, and everyone is totally losing their minds. Our MC asks what she's really after, and Lydia, who's still inside Marcus's body, tells him he'll get his answer right before he dies. She actually wants the whole world to know about her research on the insane power of undead treasures. It's sacrificing the whole country for its goal, and tells everyone not to worry about dying since it'll just turn them into zombies anyway. She calls him out, saying Demort actually started the research, and even though she's shocked, he knows that she's the one who finished it, so it's officially hers now. He asks if she's the one who swiped the gems, and she just gives him a look like he's stupid, telling him he already knows the answer. She snatched up the Night Order's boss, who was supposedly hunting for the culprit, but it was all a total lie because he was the actual criminal the whole time. She thinks they're done talking, so she turns to her knights and the undead and orders them to wipe everyone out. The knight is basically laughing while everyone screams in pain, but our main guy is just standing there looking totally over it. Lydia's totally confused since everyone was supposed to be asleep, so she just says they'll meet again soon and lets his body crash to the ground. Shannon wonders where her real body is hidden, so the MC tells Lucky to track her down, but he can't do anything without a scent, right when a stranger walks up and apologizes for being late. Demorte fires off a spell and warns that he'll absolutely wreck any undead fighter who tries to get in their way. Our MC tells them he's already handled everyone, while the demoted guy just stays quiet and looks around at the aftermath. Demortes plops down and says it's the perfect time for a cold beer, but the main character apologizes and asks her where they can find Lydia. Demorte admits she totally knows the deal, tells them to follow her, and leads the group straight to a massive tower. He finally spots Lydia, hiding in the watchtower, just outside the city they're looking at. The MC tells the whole squad to stay on guard in the monster garden, keeping Shannon and Patria behind as everyone else clears out. Our guy tries to head through the door, but Demorte warns him there's no way in, so she chants a spell and blasts her magic straight ahead. Stairs suddenly pop right out of the ground, and he realizes the entrance was just a total illusion, so now he's got to head inside. Everyone heads down the stairs, trying to find the source of that gross smell, while Demorte wonders how Lydia is even alive after 100 years when her body looks like a total wreck. Everyone piles into the room and spots a girl sitting right in the center, who shuts her book and looks them right in the eye. She's totally shocked they made it this far, and honestly, nobody has a clue how they survived that massive pile of zombies outside. They totally crushed every single one of them, and the Night Order finally snapped out of it. Lydia asks if they're for real since they're usually such clowns, but Demorte tells her straight up that he's not kidding around. Demort walks up and says it's been a long time, but Lydia has absolutely no clue who she is. Lydia has no clue she's the one who made it this freezing, so Demorte uses a nightmare dungeon to force her to remember. She's totally stunned by this old-school magic and uses a massive water dragon roar to finally break Demorte's curse. She's barely holding herself up, thinking back to the flame and asking if she's finally dead. Lydia claims she's basically a ghost now, just to keep her name out of the spotlight, but Demort claps back that she'd actually be famous if she wasn't such a jerk, making the girl tell her to shut up. She reveals she's been training even in the afterlife just to finally win, and now she's unleashing total darkness to take down her own master. Demort mocks her for trying so hard, but says she's still just a clueless kid before lunging back into the attack. Their attacks slammed together as everyone watched in total shock, and while our hero wondered if they were finally even, Morta realized she'd gotten way stronger. Lydia shouts that she's totally right and asks how many years have actually passed since she died. Our MC catches up with Patra, who walks right over to greet Lydia, leaving the girl looking totally confused. Out of nowhere, Patra smacks Lydia right in the face with a stick, sending her flying back as Lydia screams that it's totally unfair to make her fight everyone by herself. This guy shoots her a look so scary it totally rattles her, and the MC finally realizes she almost died because of him, seeing her look this absolutely furious for the first time ever. Lydia starts spamming shadow illusions and a bunch of clones pop up. Then she dares Patra to figure out which one is the real deal. Patra just clocks the real Lydia right in the jaw, making her realize her illusion magic didn't work at all because she smells so bad she's super easy to find among the clones. Patrick warns that her death will totally wreck their dad, but she says she won't let that happen, leaving a bruised Lydia wondering what she's even talking about. Demort stops Patro, says sorry for cutting in, and tells him she's taking over because she needs to handle her own student. Patra nods, and Demorte is totally down, saying they need to finish Lydia off because she's honestly lived way too long. Demorte whips out a glowing magic ball, and Lydia's jaw drops because it's holy magic, which is literally impossible. Is Demorte actually trying to end it all? Everyone's totally stunned, and Lydia says her holy magic blasted the cold away, but is she actually serious about doing this? Demort says this is the only way to wipe out the undead and thinks they should just go down together, but the girl is totally losing her mind over it. Lala rushes over, sobbing and begging her not to leave. But since Demorte is so happy they met, she starts to vanish as Lala screams her name. Right then, he waves his hand to whip up a spell and blasts Lydia, leaving her seriously hurt. She looks down at the wound in her chest and screams in pure terror. Then she collapses and asks how he's using holy magic on purpose while he just keeps holding her hand. She says sorry to Demort and tells her she shouldn't have to vanish just because of someone like her. Lydia's totally losing it, shouting that she never expected to face a mage this high level and that if she just had a bit more power, Demort would be history. She promises to come back way stronger next time. But as she starts to fade, Demorte realizes this wasn't even her real body. He agrees and tells her there's no reason to throw her life away. But Demorte thinks it's weird that she lost her cool and messed up so bad he had to save her. Pixie Lala grabs Demorte in a huge hug, sobbing with joy because she's just so thankful she didn't vanish into thin air. Demart says sorry for scaring her, but then she drops the news that they have to split up, leaving Lala looking absolutely terrified. They're totally out of magic stones, and the stolen ones are useless, so it's officially game over for them. Lala wants Locke to spill the beans, but Demort steps in and says he's not worth the trouble anymore. Our guy just grins and asks Demort if he wants to be his familiar. Becoming his familiar means she gets unlimited magic stones, but she still has to deal with Lydia. She asks if he's 100% sure about making a dark creature his familiar, and he's totally down, even though he only uses holy magic. This could seriously mess her up, and if things go south, she might just vanish for good. With a smile, she says she'll take any risk just for a tiny chance to stay alive, and La just stares her down. This creepy queen of darkness actually wants to be best friends with our hero, but there's one massive problem standing in her way. He tells her that since she's from a dark race, her magic is going to take a massive hit, but she doesn't have to worry about disappearing. She tells him everything's cool now and that she's totally counting on him. Suddenly, she starts glowing with this crazy, bright light. The undead queen of darkness literally transforms into a holy... Our hero picks out a small salt mine, while the monster garden gets way bigger. And even though the guy asks what's going to happen to Lala, she's actually totally happy. Pixie is the queen of darkness's sidekick, so when the queen became his familiar, Pixie ended up belonging to him too. She gives him a huge thanks and asks him to keep looking out for her. Our hero is just as hyped to see them, while the whole capital is busy fixing up its broken streets. He tells everyone to get to work fixing the city and then heads over to the guild to report the job. Back at the guild, Rika tells him he showed up at the perfect moment, but he's totally confused. A few scary-looking dudes are already waiting inside while he tries to figure out what the deal is. Our hero gives the two guys a super awkward look, feeling like the vibe in the room is getting way too heavy to breathe. Locke notices they are being way too quiet for a pair that always fights, so he grills Ricky to find out what's actually going down. The girl flashes a grin and a thumbs up before walking out, and just as he tries to call her back, someone else interrupts him. One of the guys says, sorry for bugging Loki, while he was super busy, but Loki tells him it's totally fine. The night captain stands up and says he's super sorry, knowing his own mistakes almost got him killed. Locke is totally shocked and tells him everything is fine now, so he can finally look up. He asks if the whole Night Order got brainwashed and what happened to them, but Night just apologizes and says his memory is a total blank. This whole thing probably started 6 months ago when he met a girl named Lydia. He also remembers this girl showing up out of nowhere right in front of him while he was training. They just met, but he felt like he'd known them forever, and that sweet smell in the air was either medicine or some kind of crazy magic spell. She rounded up the rest of the Night Order to collect those monster bodies for the kingdom, telling them adventurers are just dead weight and Titus is pure evil, and they totally bought it. They snatched up the bodies of those crazy strong monsters and planned to kick every single adventurer out of the kingdom. He actually wants to apologize to Titus, the guy who caused the whole mess, and feels super guilty, leaving both Titus and our hero totally stunned. Tit is totally shocked that a guy this proud is actually bowing his head to him. Titus stands up and lets it slide. Marcus says thanks, and Titus reaches out for a handshake. He's gonna do whatever it takes to calm the adventurers down. But first, they need to team up and rebuild the city, and he just gives them a big smile. Marcus is backing us up because he's waiting for us to make a move together, so the Night Order officially swore to team up with the Travelers. The guild tried to find a spot too, but it turned out to be way harder than they thought. Marcus is the leader of the Night Order, so he's the one who has to answer for this mess, but the king decides to fix the city first and deal with him later, right as a brand new guy suddenly appears. So the former hero actually got away, and while Ricker claims he just slipped away during the fight with the undead, you have to wonder if he did it on purpose. A month passes, and they're finally out on the open water, spending their days cooking, vibing, and grabbing some drinks. Shannon is totally blown away by how insane C is, and even our main guy is caught off guard by his skills. He looks at the girl who felt like something was totally wrong when they first met, but now she's finally found her happiness. The girl tells Locke it's all thanks to him and flashes a huge smile, thanking him for saving her life. Our guy lets out a nervous laugh while Lucky says sorry for barging in. But wait, why did they even come to the beach today? Locke says that thanks to Patron and the others, fixing up the city was going great, and he's really glad they decided to change things up. The crew totally earned a break and a massive BBQ, and now everyone's asking him what the plan is. They're all outside, grilling up a massive feast, feeling totally hyped that the whole squad is going to stay together forever. Forget the details for now, because it's time to eat, and everyone immediately starts devouring that freshly cooked meat. Even that little bird on his head is tearing into some meat, and it suddenly hits him. He still hasn't given the little guy a name. The bird is totally shocked, and the boy gets super serious as he tries to figure out the perfect name for it. He tries to call her Yakitori, and she totally loses it, so he plays it off as a joke about BBQ being bad for him. But we'll see how that turns out. Our hero starts shouting out a bunch of random names, totally catching the bird off guard. But when he finally suggests CL, she absolutely loves it. Locke looks at the happy bird and realizes it totally hates food names, so he decides to just call it CL from now on. Demort heads back to Locke and tells him he can't keep quiet because that meat is just way too soft and juicy. Our MC is super confused and asks Dumort who she really is, but then she suddenly transforms into a skeleton and says it's her. She figured his human look was perfect for hitting the city, and while he realized they had tons of magic stones, she was just wondering how she's supposed to eat when she's nothing but bones. She tells him to chill out and read the room, and after he agrees, Lala asks about that incredible sauce because it tastes like a total masterpiece. The boy explains it's a secret sauce made with onions and ginger, using apples for that sweet smell, and Lala thinks it's so delicious she's officially glad they ran into Loka. She's dying for more of his amazing food and keeps bugging him until he finally gives in and agrees to eat a little. Ants are sliding all over the bitter water Demort made, while our hero just sits there chowing down on some meat. Locke's just hanging out fishing when Lucky asks what he's doing, so he explains how he's baiting the hook right before a fish gulps it down. And Lucky thinks it looks so cool, he decides he's got to try it too. Lucky drops his tail into the water, and when the boy sees there's no bait, Lucky just laughs because his tail is so flashy he doesn't even need it. Our guy flops onto his pet's fluffy fur, just vibing with how perfect the weather is. Sometimes you just need to kick back and chill, and Lucky is totally on board, closing his eyes to to relax, too. You really start to value every single second the moment things get crazy in Lucky's tale. Lucky is totally freaked out and tells Loku he's hooked something, so Loku yells at him to yank that tail out right now. Our MC is totally freaked out to see a mermaid latched onto Lucky's tail, and she looks just as shocked as she grips the fluffy fur with both hands. Our main guy and Lucky just stand there watching while the mermaid keeps vibing with her super fluffy tail. Lucky asks what the plan is, since the girl looks like she's in total danger and needs to get back to the ocean. But even though Lucky tries to wag her tail, the mermaid has a death. She's stoked that the little fluff ball is so full of energy, and our guy tells his pet to keep fighting. Suddenly, a blast of magic slams the mermaid back into the ocean, and our hero is left wondering what the heck just happened. Locke's friends rush back to ask about that loud noise, but he plays it cool and says nothing happened, right as the mermaid bursts out of the water again. She's back to screaming at the fluffy one and grabbing Lucky's tail, which totally freaks him out, while Shannon just stands there in shock. Lucky says he's finally going all out, but the mermaid begs him to stop for a second. The mermaid swears she's not a creep and just really wants to pet that fluffy bait, plus she's totally happy with her tail. Lucky uses his magic to blast the mermaid back into the ocean, but Shannon thinks she's totally creepy and way too sketchy. The mermaid's fur stands straight up as they burst out of the water, all of them dying to get a feel of Lucky's super fluffy tail. Lucky is already shaking now that she's back, begging Locke to save him. But as Locke tries to come up with a plan, Demort tells him to just step aside and let her handle it. She summons a massive orb right above her head, and everyone there is just staring in total shock. Demort smirks and says the mermaid can stay if she wants, but after she turns her into fried fish, she'll be choosing to head right back to the ocean. The mermaid says this is exactly what they expected from the land people, and now she's being ripped away from the fluffy ones. She gives them a taste of their own medicine and calls for Leviathan, making something massive start stirring deep under the water. This massive water serpent named Leviathan suddenly bursts out, and everyone is just standing there with their jaws on the floor. The girl freaks out when Leviathan shows up, and our hero explains that this thing is the absolute king of the deep sea. The mermaid gives the green light, introduces the legendary Leviathan the Seeker, and tells him it's time to show off his insane power. Leviathan introduces himself to the whole group and tells them he's actually super hyped to finally meet everyone. Our guy is super surprised and says it's nice to meet him too, but the mermaid is totally lost and says if he doesn't fight, she'll lose her fluffy friend, even though the mermaid asks what he's saying, but since everyone here talks with their fists, the only way to make a friend is to throw hands. They're all busy talking about how strong the enemy is, but before you even blink, she's already hanging out with that fluffy creature. The mermaid asks to see what he's got, so he agrees and starts chanting a spell. Leviathan unleashes a supercharged version of his Storm of the Water Dragon, making the water behind him spin into a massive whirlpool. Everyone's losing it over his insane strength because his support magic is basically as cracked as Fenrir's, and now Demort is totally hooked. She tells him she's finally going all out, using her illusion magic to turn into a skeleton and summon ancient spirits. The Leviathan freaks out that it's a monster and dives back into the water, leaving everyone completely stunned. The mermaid asks where he went, and Leviathan starts shaking as he admits he's totally terrified of monsters. Lucky looks at the mermaid and calls her out for knowing he's terrified of ghosts, but she just smirks and calls him a total sly fox. She just smiles and says it's cool, admits she's actually into feet, and asks to be friends, but he shuts her down right away. The mermaid asks if they can be friends now that the fight is over, but the boy shuts her down, making her realize there's no one left to save her village. He asks her what kind of trees they are, and the mermaid notices he's got a gargoyle, a flipped-over one, and some orange ants. The girl yells for him to help them too, basically begging him to save her whole village, but our MC is totally clueless about what he's actually supposed to do. The mermaid shouts that some fish just showed up and things are getting messy, so she's begging for help again. But Locke is just standing there, totally confused. She's stressing over how to explain it, but Leviathan just turns to May and asks if he can spill the beans. He climbs out of the water and tells them that just 3 days ago, a bunch of fishermen raided the mermaid village deep on the ocean floor. Fish people look way more like sharks or squids than humans, while mermaids look mostly human, making them two totally different species. Mermaids haven't really messed with the fishermen yet, but they aren't exactly besties either. Since the village was peaceful for 100 years, nobody knew how to fight, so a fisherman launched a surprise attack and took a bunch of mermaids captive. He was actually supposed to be the guardian of the mermaid village, but he's too embarrassed to admit it because he's honestly a pretty bad fighter. May was actually out of the village, so she's totally safe, and now she's asking the locals for help, while our hero finally gets the full picture. So Leviathan acts all humble and asks them to please be nice and help out. Even with their history, how are they going to fight if they can't breathe underwater? But Leviathan just tells them not to sweat it. He grabs some air grass on his way out, and now our main guy is dying to know what it actually is. Leviathan explains that eating air grass lets you breathe underwater and handle the deep sea pressure, which is news to our guy since this rare plant only grows in the mermaid village. If he helps them save the village, he can grab as much of that herb as he wants. The guy says he can't risk anyone's life, but the ant girl begs him to help them out. The whole squad is actually down to save the mermaids, which totally shocks him. So he's like, "All right, if you guys are in, then I'm in too." The mermaid asks if they're for real about helping, gives a quick thanks, squishes her soft charm, and then grabs Lucky by the tail again. He quickly uses his magic to toss her straight into the water. I'm seriously wondering if she's even still alive down there. And now the group is officially teaming up to help the mermaids. He doesn't buy it at first, but the crazy things this airgrass can do totally blow his mind. Shannon swings his sword and feels the water dragging him down, realizing they've got zero chance of winning a fight underwater. Ants are swarming the gargoyle while the wyverns zoom through the water, looking like they're having a total blast. Those wyverns look absolutely sick, and that gargoyle is moving crazy fast thanks to some wind magic. Our MC gives it a shot too, but he quickly realizes that Lucky can't even swim. The kid thinks this is way too much for Lucky, so they all agree to keep moving, since anyone can enter the monster garden except for Gargoyle. They all swim over to the cave together, and Leviathan tells them this path leads straight to the mermaid village. The mermaid tells everyone to stay close and keep up as they all dive right into the cave. They land right in the middle of a mermaid village, and as they look around in total shock, our hero realizes they've actually found the real home of the mermaids. May asks if they're blown away, because this village is hidden by a magic barrier that's kept everyone out for centuries, so they should feel pretty lucky to be the first ones here. Out of nowhere, Leviathan ropes up 3 of them, and while everyone's freaking out, May asks what he's doing, but he just tells them to be quiet. A shark man cruises right past their tea, giving our guy a huge scare, but Leviathan says he's probably just out on patrol. The rest of the mermaids are likely hiding in the Queen's castle at the center of the village, and since a direct attack is totally impossible, the boy decides to sneak through the back alleys to reach them. Leviathan tells May she needs to lead them, but he realizes she's already gone and is busy asking the fishman to set everyone free. She tells him she's actually friends with the castle now, but he suddenly lunges at her, and she has to tell him to hold on because she's not even done talking yet. Leviathan jumps in to save May, totally wrecking the fishman and asking the mermaid what her deal is. May snaps that she's not letting a total coward join their brutal attacks because they've got zero time to waste. Just as another fisherman tries to sneak up on Leviathan, our guy jumps in to block the hit and save him. The fisherman swims back and realizes he's been spotted, so now he's just going to have to charge right through. He zips around them in a flash. Our hero thinks he's moving fast, but he just can't get enough speed to make the turn. That's when Gargoyle tells Locke. Our hero shouted at him, and they both jumped on the opening to strike that fishman together. They blast out of the water and look down together to see if they actually have a chance at winning. The fisherman is just kneeling there, and our guy is totally stunned to realize there's actually no special effect at all. But our guy shuts that down fast because he's not about to say the plan is a total bust. The fisherman starts zooming around the kid again, and our hero keeps his eyes glued to every move. Our guy tells the gargoyle to scoot 50 centimeters to the right, and the monster actually listens. The guy shouts to turn 70 centimeters to the left, and the gargoyle pulls it off perfectly. Gorguli asks what's going on, and just like our hero expected, the fishman is still stuck doing the same moves over and over. He's probably brainwashed just like the Night Order, and even though I don't know who's behind it, he totally can't land a clean hit anymore. This means they can totally hold their own, even if that gargoyle lunges 3 meters diagonally to the left. He dives straight at the fishman and orders Leviathan to tie them up with his tentacles, and he's totally on board. The Leviathan lets its tentacles loose, wrapping them around both the fishman and our hero. Leviathan admits he was wrapped up like a baby, but he's not even sure if he can talk. He was dying to know who was behind this mess, but he had to stop asking questions and rush to save everyone else. They rounded up way more fishermen and tied up every single guard in the village, but it's crazy how few of them there actually were. The mermaid heads back to San and asks why he tied her up, but he tells her it was just to keep things from getting messy, leaving her totally fuming. A bunch of mermaids swim right up to May, and one of them is so hyped to see Madeline that she pulls her into a huge hug. She says she's super happy and starts to cry, but he's shocked to see her tears literally turning into crystals. They're called pearl tears, and super powerful mermaids actually create them whenever they're feeling some seriously intense emotions. Madeline asks if he's Locke, introduces herself as the Queen's servant, and thanks him a ton for coming to their rescue. The guy says it's a waste of time since not everyone there is a mermaid, but Madeline explains the Queen dragged a ton of them to the fishing village and turned this whole place into a straight-up prison camp. The hero gets the point and knows he has to go help everyone right now, but she stops him for a second to hand over her pearls. Locke's mind is blown that it's the same pearl, and they hand it to him as a massive thank you from everyone. The girls turn to him and beg for help one more time, and our guy is totally down to back them up. Guards are swarming the outskirts of Rebalik, and as our hero watches them, he realizes there are way more of them than he ever expected. A human ship is hovering right above them out of nowhere. And get this, there's a guy and a fishman standing right on the deck. Our hero realizes he can finally talk and might even be the leader. But when he looks where he's told, he's totally shocked. He spots a mermaid trapped in a cage and is totally stunned that they're actually being sold off here. Everyone is freaking out because they just realized someone is actually trading mermaids. The ship with the mermaid is sailing away, and everyone watching is totally freaking out. The heroes decide to save the mermaids, and one of them says they need to book it to the ship right now. Our hero realizes more mermaids might have been moved already, so he tells the group they need to storm the secret hideout and save everyone. The little guy starts tailing the ship to find its secret hideout, exactly like Locke said. This guy realizes he's got to come up with a plan fast to save the mermaids, trapped in that fishing village. The mermaids ask to stand guard because they're ready to break their sisters out. The mermaids say they've been trained for battle and they're ready to jump into the fight, no matter how dangerous it gets. Our hero is super worried about the mermaids getting hurt, but they refuse to sit this one out because they say it's their duty to help. Lucky jumps in with a plan, looking totally hyped to help the team out. Madeline asks if the mermaid and Lucky can pull this off, and Lucky is totally sure they've got what it takes. The dragon admits the heroes might actually be stronger than him, and that's how he gets everyone to finally trust him. She's totally shocked and asks how this is even possible. The mermaid and her little buddy gear up and charge straight ahead to finish the mission. She stands tall and tells the whole squad that they're unstoppable as long as they work together. Lucky drops a massive spell, creating a giant vortex that sucks the sharks away. The rest of the heroes are watching everything go down, totally terrified of what's going to happen because of his actions. This massive whirlpool starts sucking in all the water to create a giant hole, leaving nothing but glowing magic behind. Locke watches the water pull back to reveal the ocean floor, and he's totally blown away by how crazy it looks. Since the enemy is totally stuck, our hero and his animal realize this is their big chance to strike. Madeline shouts for anyone who can still move to jump into the fight, looking totally ready to throw down. Mermaids and heroes are jumping straight into the action, using their epic powers to blast the enemies. That massive shark is totally freaking out because it never saw such a crazy hit coming. Locke is totally blown away that the shark can actually talk, while the enemy watches the madness unfold and tries to figure out what's even happening. The guy steps right up to the enemy leader and demands he let the sisters go, looking totally fearless and ready for a fight. The shark boss is totally lost, but he yells that there's no way he's letting these heroes catch them. The leader screams for the fisherman to unleash his power and wipe out the heroes, showing he's totally locked in and ready for a fight. A swarm of sharks goes on a total rampage, and it's clear they've leveled up big time. Locke realizes these guys have gotten way stronger, and it's actually starting to freak him out. Lucky jumps straight into the fight, using his powers to block every single shark attack. Fenrir realizes these guys are moving in total slow motion, and they aren't even a challenge. He's pouring every bit of his magic into one massive attack, and the pressure in the air is getting absolutely insane. The shark starts flexing its massive new body to show off its insane power. This villain thinks he's totally unbeatable because of a magic orb that makes him move insanely fast. This guy is being super careful with the sphere's power so he doesn't end up hurting himself. The shark leader is clutching a mysterious orb, but a little girl riding on a dragon's back just snatches it right out of his hands. The dragon girl shows off her new magic orb and suddenly starts calling the hero Dad. The shark hero tries to stand, but he's still totally beat, while Locke starts giving the girl some major props. Our hero realizes the sphere is covered in magic, just like the mermaid leaders, and it's honestly starting to freak him out. The mermaid agrees to help solve the mystery of the sphere, since she's pretty sure it's based on her own research. The villain says he's totally lost without his magic orb and begs the heroes to give it back. The mermaid's jaw drops as she watches the magic orb shatter into pieces, leaving the shark hero completely frozen in shock. The mermaid tells the shark to chill out since everything is fine and promises he'll find something way better really soon. Locke straight up asks the shark if his name is Pedro. He's totally confused about why he controlled that fisherman to attack the mermaids, which just proves he has no clue what's actually going on. Pedro finally admits he got kicked out of the tribe and says he just wanted to prove he was actually worth something. He reveals that for the shark tribe, the bigger your fins are, the more insane your magic power becomes. Shark says that a few nights ago, while he was just chilling and looking at the moon, a mysterious lady and a merchant walked right up to him. This woman and a merchant handed Pedro a glowing magic sphere, telling him they were there to help him level up. He says, if you put this sphere into a sleeping fisherman's hand, you'll be the one in charge, and it's going to leave everyone totally speechless. She confronts Pedro and demands to know why he jumped her whole squad. Pedro admits he was ordered to raid the mermaid village, and the deal was he'd get a magic sphere if he handed over the captured mermaids. The mermaid was totally shocked and fuming, unable to believe the shark could be such a cold-blooded monster. Shark Hero finally admits he was ready to do whatever it took just to prove he's the real deal. Locke demands to know where the merchant sent the mermaids he got from the shark. Pedro isn't totally sure, but he's betting they were sent straight to Brandon. Locke whips back to look at DeMorty, totally stunned. The mermaid says it's going to take a while, but it's totally possible, and she's 100% committed to getting it done. DeMorty warns Pedro that he's got to stop leaning on that risky power and finally prove he can win on his own before it ends up destroying him. The mermaid points out that he broke the sphere, and that's exactly why Pedro is totally freaking out. Our squad is officially making their way to Brandon. Locke is totally sure that mermaids are hiding out somewhere in this city. The dragon warns that if you can't turn human, you're stuck in the ocean, and the rest of you better keep it totally quiet in the city. Locke Notes points out that some mermaids can actually turn into humans, showing off just how crazy their powers are. The mermaids claim they can actually turn human to sneak through the city, and they even have special outfits that dry off in seconds. The mermaid tells them those sunken ships at the bottom of the ocean are loaded with loot they can totally use. Locke's super hyped because they finally found the mermaid trader's secret level and tells everyone to keep pushing forward. The squad was shocked to see 0 guards around the building, making them wonder where their target was actually hiding. Our hero tells everyone to stay put because he's going to handle this whole mess solo. Locke spots the door wide open and is totally annoyed by how lazy the security is. Our hero scans the dark room full of boxes and chains, sensing danger and getting ready for a fight. Locke spots a bunch of cages filled with monsters that are growling and looking totally ready to attack. The guy realizes the monster looks totally wrong, and it honestly freaks him out. Locke spots a crazy magic circle on the floor, showing this is exactly where all the wild experiments go down. Our hero realizes he's in a sick lab where they did gross experiments on monsters, and he spots a magic circle used for fusing them together. Mermaids and all kinds of creatures are trapped in a cramped water cage, and our hero is totally losing his mind at what he's seeing. The glass is way too thick for the mermaids to hear him, so he makes it clear that he's there to save them. Locke scans the room with the magic circle and realizes he's totally locked in. Our hero finds out the door is sealed with a crazy magic lock that's basically impossible to break. Our hero talks to a monster in a cage who says he'll spill the beans on where the key is hidden. The caged beast calls himself Dracul, a god from the Ericon race and the grandson of Chief Arad, and he demands to know who the hero is. Dracula offers to let him go, so the guy promises to spill the truth about the key and explains he's been trapped there ever since the attack. Locke's down to help, but he's got to rescue the mermaids first because there's 0 time to sit around and chat. The mermaids thank him for the rescue, and he asks if they're all doing okay. Our hero asks if every single one of the stolen mermaids is finally accounted for. A mermaid spills the news that the queen was taken to an auction, and our hero is absolutely losing it. Locke yelled for anyone who can turn human to get out of there fast, because the whole security is way too intense. The mermaids break the news that none of them can ever turn human, and they're honestly super bummed about it. Locke turns to Shannon and Gargoyle and asks them for some serious backup. Dracula gives Loki a huge thanks for the help and promises he'll definitely pay him back for it. The monsters behind bars beg our hero for help because they're in a total nightmare too. Shark explains that Pedro's magic didn't stand a chance because their own powers are way too strong. Shark asks Locke for help, and Locke finally admits they were handed over to the traders after things totally spiraled out of control. Our hero finally busts the rest of the prisoners out and tells them how thankful he is that they're all okay. Locke realizes the Queen is the only mermaid left, so the rescue mission isn't over yet. The guy suggests using Lucky to sniff out the Queen, and the dog is totally down for the plan. The Queen steps up to help the mother, and the whole squad is ready to back them up. Our hero drops a total bombshell that May isn't just some random girl or a mum, she's actually a secret princess, and it completely blows everyone's minds. Locke agrees to team up with the Queen, but he warns her that if she wants this mission to work, he's the one calling the shots. The crew huddles up to talk strategy and agrees that if everything goes south, they'll have to spend all their gold to save the Queen. So Locke tells Madeline to start gathering even more loot. Lucky's sure of it. The Queen's scent leads straight to this spot. Locke tells the group to stay put while he scouts the area, noticing the Queen hasn't even shown up to the auction hall yet. The Queen says sorry for the holdup and insists she's coming along because she's totally ready to help. He promises to bring her mum back home, and she finally decides to put all her trust and hope in him. The Queen asks Loki to look after her mum, and he gives his word that he'll take the job super seriously. Locke steps into the store, and the guy inside gives him a totally exhausted look. The seller realizes Locke knows way too much about his business and demands to know where he's getting all his info. He flashes a stack of cash to show he's ready to pay for some info and help. The guy just laughs in their faces, proving he's the real deal, and tells them to follow him. The guy brags that he's got a massive stash of special monsters, from human-looking ones to insane fusions. The guy says they just brought in a super rare creature, and our hero is totally hooked. Our hero notices the hooded guy acting super sketchy, making the man get all tense and bark at him to stop right there. This hooded guy catches a nasty whiff and asks, "What's up with that gross smell?" The guy says he's not the one stinking, but the hooded man won't back down, insisting the smell is super strong and totally gross. This hooded guy is staring the hero down with glowing eyes, and you can tell things are getting seriously suspicious. The mysterious guy catches that weird scent coming off our hero and starts panicking that it's going to mess up the entire mission. This lady asks if Locke knows is actually some girl named Lydia, and he's totally shocked because he's never even heard of her. Our hero stares her down, and she starts to wonder if he's actually for real. This hooded guy says sorry for the jump scare and claims his magic is actually just like Lydia's. Locke and the guy try to figure out who this girl is, since she's a total mystery to everyone. Someone reveals that this guy is actually the Witch Riser, who crafts magic gear, but even they don't really know the secrets behind her work. Locke knows he's got to watch his back around this lady who knows Lydia, and he's honestly pretty worried about it. The guy asks Locke if he's hyped that they finally made it to the auction. For the first time in history, the Mermaid Queen is being sold off as the auction's biggest prize. Locke looks closer and realizes the Mermaid Queen is actually May's mum. Everyone says all mermaids are pretty, but this queen is a total knockout who leaves everyone speechless. Our hero's jaw drops when he finds out the Mermaid Queen is worth a massive 300 million. He makes it clear that these queens are total warriors, so they're super expensive, and he's not budging on the price. He says Grease has been obsessed with this mermaid for ages, but warns the hero that even 300 million might not be enough to buy her. This shady merchant is a rich trader's son who'll drop a fortune to get his hands on anything or anyone he wants. Locke realizes things are getting way too dangerous, so he decides to back off and wait to catch the mermaid later. Our hero finds out the Mermaid Queen's price is about to tank, so he can snag her for way cheaper at the auction. Locke's totally down for the plan, but he needs to know how they're going to sneak into the auction, since it's usually a private event for big-time buyers. The guy thanks Locke for the help and lets him know the auction kicks off in 6 days at 6 p.m. The guy tells the kid not to worry because his security team will get him into the auction totally safe. Our girl is freaking out because her mum is being sold off at an auction in just 6 days. Locke sees the mermaid queen is guarded by some insane magic and realizes there's no way he's getting her out with just basic moves. He thinks they should try to save the mermaids without a fight and just talk to the guards first. The squad literally ran right into a dragon and totally caught the beast off guard. The dragon is totally shocked to see the hero, and Locke immediately asks how he managed to get himself captured again. Dracul is losing it because the guards are ignoring warehouses full of monsters, proving the whole city is totally corrupt. The guard screams at him to shut up, but Draco claps back that they're only calling him a liar because he's a half-blood, reminding the guard he already warned them about those creepy fusion monsters. The guard isn't buying the dragon's story at all, calling it straight-up lies and repeating over and over that the work belongs to Chad and nobody else. The guard says Chad acted like his business was saving the city, but the guy was actually secretly trafficking people the whole time. Our hero finally figures out that Chad is actually selling people, and the rest of the squad is completely blown away. Draco asks if they're taking bribes from Chad, calls out the guards for being totally corrupt, and tells them to actually do their jobs and investigate instead of just looking the other way. Standing right by Lucky, our girl gets in the guard's face and tells him he better watch his mouth. The guard swears he's going to make that dragon pay for everything and orders his men to haul it away immediately. Locke catches the guards teaming up with Chad, proving that the whole system is totally rigged. The hero thanks the dragon for the backup and swears he'll be back to set him free soon, promising he's definitely keeping his word. This guy thinks they should all huddle up and talk strategy while they get ready for their next move. The hero knows they can't just call out the merchant without proof, since he basically owns the whole city. Locke warns that snagging the mermaid queen at the auction is going to be a total nightmare, especially if big shots like Chad and Grizz show up. The squad decides they need to dig up dirt on Chad and Grizz because they're looking for a way to win without just making a deal. The squad is chatting with the locals to figure out what's really going on. He's 100% sure that the guy they saw on the ship is definitely Chad. Locke realizes that no matter who he asks, literally everyone in the city thinks Chad is the most amazing guy ever. But the second the heroes bring up Grizz, the vibe totally flips and everyone starts trashing him as a total loser or the worst son ever. People are saying Grizz is building a massive monster army to take over the whole city, and now the heroes are totally freaking out. Locke knows if those rumors are legit, he's going to have to throw down with both Chad and Grizz, so he decides it's time to make his move. Lucky's starving and tells everyone they need to wrap this up right now. Shannon just laughs and says she isn't hungry, but that would totally explain why she's acting so weird. Laka says sorry for not eating yet, but he's totally ready to jump in and help. Our hero spots a super rare grey wolf right in front of him, and the rest of the squad is totally losing their mind. A bunch of guys were already plotting to sell the wolf, thinking its unique look would fetch them a massive payday. Locke puts his foot down and says there's no way he's selling Lucky because he loves that little guy way too much. This guy pulls out a stack of cash and tries to buy his way out of the mess. He's super hyped to announce he's buying grey wool for 30 times the normal price, which totally blows the hero's mind. The guy shuts them down hard, saying no amount of cash could ever make him sell Lucky. This guy Grizz is the only son of a loaded merchant from Fenrir, and he's got the massive ego to match his high-class status. Locke swears he'll never sell Lucky because it's way too special for him to let go. Grace tells the hero he can buy literally anything in the city, showing off just how much money and power she really has. This old guy starts bragging that Mr. Grizz owns the entire city and everyone around him is totally impressed. The steward is super hyped to show off just how famous and powerful he really is. The whole crowd is going wild, chanting Grizz's name at the top of their lungs because they finally see how strong he really is. Grizz keeps trying to pressure him, but our hero, straight up, refuses to sell Lucky. Lucky snaps at Chris to shut up, but is he totally clueless about the situation or just being super stubborn? Lucky gets dead serious and warns the guy that this is a huge deal and she's definitely not saying it twice. The wolf straight up says that even in 1,000 years, nobody, not even a tiny bug, can tell him what to do because he only answers to one master, and that's Luke. Everyone in Riss felt totally hopeless and couldn't do a thing because Lucky's spirit was just way too powerful. Locke sees Grease's crew is getting totally crushed, and then he catches Lucky bragging that the weak have already been wiped out. Grizz is super impressed by Lucky and tells him his loyalty is seriously top tier. This merchant dude offers to buy Lucky literally any food he wants and tells him to tag along. Our hero is shocked the merchant actually handled Lucky's intense pressure, and Grizz explains that for normal people, you've got to multiply that number by 100. Locke takes the deal, but he's giving the merchant a look like he's not totally sure about this guy. Our hero offers to spill the secret of where he found Lucky and asks him if he's down for the deal. He demands they hand over the Mermaid Queen in exchange for a massive pile of cash. Grizzly flat out refuses to let the Queen go, claiming mermaids are worth way too much for him to just hand her over. Plus, the Queen is actually a huge part of Grizz's plan. He calls him a total brokey and says he's way too low level to even be in this conversation. Grizzly thinks Locke is actually pretty cool and gives him props for his guts, saying that almost nobody has the nerve to stand up to him like that. The merchant tells the whole squad they should tag along with him. The crew walks through this insanely fancy room where all the statues and decorations make the whole place look totally epic. The squad keeps pushing through the hallway, and man, this whole place looks insanely fancy and expensive. Our hero points out that even this massive mansion can't fit everyone. Locke is blown away by how huge it is, and Grizz realizes he'll never be rich enough to afford a place like this. Grizz is busy showing off his super rare figurines when the crew suddenly spots some white wolves lurking nearby. Locke's convinced Grizzly is just hunting these wolves for their fur, especially since they look like mini Luckies and are actually super rare monsters. Our hero isn't buying it, but the old man promises everything is ready for them to keep talking. The kid agrees, but stays on high alert for a trap, while Grenz just tells him it's finally time for lunch. Locke finally agrees, but keeps warning him it's super risky, while the merchant just grins and says a good meal is the best way to show thanks. Our hero watches in total awe as the creature goes to town and absolutely destroys its meal. Lucky sniffs the air and realizes there's no poison around, so he tells Locke to relax because they're totally safe. Riz swears he'd never use dirty tricks or play unfair. This merchant claims he can win it all without ever playing dirty. The old guy finally gets down to business and drops a bombshell. Their wishes have already come true. Lucky wanders into the garden totally stuffed from dinner, and the hero takes the lead, hinting at a secret plan to help the mermaids. The castle is totally shocked because they had no idea a boss as strong as Lucky could exist outside the capital, especially since that wolf was actually a 10th floor boss. The old man sees the hero really knows his stuff and says a leader like him is exactly what the 5th grade needs. Chris explains that since he's a merchant's kid, he's always getting the latest scoop from all over. Grit comes up with a wild idea to use mermaids for their training. The squad finds out the fishermen are about to raid the city, and the news has everyone totally on edge. The merchant reveals that the guy from Chad used a disaster-predicting device to see white wolf attacks and enemy raids coming before they even happened. He's prepping his army for a massive underwater battle, especially since the enemy leader is a literal queen. Chris is trying to figure out how to save the city by using mermaids who are total pros at fighting underwater. The guy says spending a ton of cash on a fortune-telling machine is super sketchy. Our hero starts wondering what's really going on and hints that Chad's predictions are totally off. They're blocking all the questions because Chad is suspected of low-key selling living beings and running illegal chimera experiments. Grizz explains how Chad won over the whole town by setting up free food and clinics while keeping things totally low-key. He reveals that tons of guards are being paid off, making things way harder for the heroes. This old guy is totally fuming because traveling salesmen keep acting like jerks in his town. Locke realizes that Grizz is actually way different than what the servants said. Locke admits Grice is a total genius, but says everyone else just sees him as some rich guy's idiot son. The guy totally agrees and straight up admits that's exactly how everyone sees him. Grizz realizes that talking is way easier when everyone is finally on the same page. Our main guy makes it clear that he's not playing around anymore. He asked an older guy if he'd help him dig up some proof to finally take Chad down. Locke asks again, dropping huge hints that they really need to wrap this up. Our hero tells Grizz that if he wins the Mermaid Queen at the auction, he's the one who gets to keep her. Locke catches the merchant totally off guard by offering him a whole squad of instructors for underwater training. The hero steps up and says he can handle this right now, making everyone stop and stare. The old guy is totally caught off guard. The grizzly stomps right up to our hero, asks for his name, and confirms that he's finally found Locke. The merchant is totally sold on the hero and can't wait to team up and start working together. Locke takes the deal, and he shakes hands with Grizz to make their new partnership official. She explains that the orb doesn't just control people's minds, it's also a device for sucking up mana. She's betting they're gathering all this mana just to bring back a legendary demon that almost destroyed the world. She says the ancient records prove that this kind of magic is way too much for any human to handle. Locke is totally shocked and starts asking questions, realizing this might be the exact same demon they were just talking about. She looks at the clues and realizes there's a huge chance all these spots are tied to that demon. Demort isn't buying it and tells her she's basically just making wild guesses. She's dying to know who's behind this insane plan, especially since that demon's revival is about to wreck the entire world. Our hero makes it clear they need to find the sphere's creator right now to stop the demons from coming back to life. Locke points the finger at Risa, the girl selling magic gear at Chad's shop, as his #1 suspect. He realizes how serious things are and asks to keep studying the demon, so he's totally ready for whatever comes next. Locke reveals he's been digging up dirt on Chad's demon secret and says this auction is where everything goes down. Everyone's lining up outside Mr. Nadi's cafeteria to grab a meal just one day before the big auction begins. Everyone's lining up to grab their food, and the whole place is buzzing with all the noise and energy. The locals are all thanking Mr. Chad for the free food, and they're seriously touched by how much he cares. Our hero spots a free medical station with a massive line, and everyone's totally blown away by how much Chad is actually doing. Utah tries to hype them up by saying they're up next and it'll be totally fine, but they're still not convinced at all. Lucky finally catches on and realizes Chad totally played every single one of them. Locke feels terrible that Chad got caught up in such sketchy business, even if he was just trying to be a hero. The gang spots a guild notice about a fisherman attack coming their way, and now the whole town is totally freaking out. Chad posted a warning on the board telling travelers to watch their backs because those fishermen are planning an attack really soon. This regular guy isn't so sure and asks if the fisherman is actually going to show up just like Grizz said. Locknotes realized Mr. Chad was actually right, and it was honestly a total shock. Suddenly, the group spots a kid who looks way too familiar, and they're totally shocked to see him standing right there. The kid starts screaming his head off in fear, so the hero tries to calm him down and asks what happened. Lucky tries to get close to the kid, but the boy backs away in total fear and calls the beast a giant dog. The kid begs for help, but Lucky just snaps back that he's not a dog. Our hero sees things getting way worse as the kid keeps screaming in terror, and even though everyone's trying to help, they just can't get her to stop. The baby finally goes quiet, and the heroes are totally shocked by how gutsy he's acting, so they ask him what the heck happened. Shannon tries to chill the kid out by offering him some cookies and asking if he's hungry. The kid says he's starving, but then admits that being hungry is actually the least of his problems. The kid is totally panicking as he tells them his little sister has completely vanished. He says his sister tripped and busted her leg, so she had to head straight to the doctor. He went to grab some food on his own, but when he got back to the tent, it had already vanished. She jumps in to help, saying Lucky's superpowered nose can sniff out his sister in no time. The boy is totally down and joins the heroes to start the hunt for his missing sister. Lucky's totally down to be called a dog for now, and even says he's thankful for the name, while the hero lets him know everything is cool. At this point, everything is riding on pure luck. This beast is moving at insane speeds, like a total blur, leaving everyone watching completely stunned. The wolf leaps through the air, looking totally hyped to finally be free. Locke thanks Shannon for helping out with the baby, and after she mentions having a little brother, he tells her she's a total natural with kids. Shannon asks if his parents are around, but the kid tells her they're nowhere to be found. He explains how a pack of white wolves suddenly raided his town, and how his dad and the other villagers jumped in to fight them off. He explains they were headed out, but you tripped and got hurt, and now that memory just hurts to think about. Locke spots a super weird tattoo right on the kid's neck. The whole squad pulls up to this massive building. Locke and Shannon spotted a sign for residents of Chad Han and were totally shocked to find themselves in this place. With his plan finally set, our hero tracks down Grizz to make sure he knows exactly how high the stakes are. Locke calls out Chad for using free treatment points to kidnap orphans who came for help, and the rest of the group is totally losing their minds. Grizz walks up to Locke and gives him a super friendly greeting, acting like they're totally cool. The boy asks Grizz to keep an eye on the kid for a bit because he's super worried about her getting hurt. Grizz is down to help out, but Locke's got some major questions he needs to ask him first. Shannon apologizes for coming back without his sister, but she promises she's going to keep searching no matter what. She promises him they aren't backing down, and they're 100% bringing Nayuta back. He just laughs and tells her she says that every single time, looking totally flustered, but finding it pretty funny. The hooded guy says Dob isn't around, and he sounds super disappointed about it. Locke asks if she's mentioned Lydia before, and explains why that's actually a total game changer for them. This guy says he picked up some crazy rumors about Lydia while walking through town, and they might be the key to figuring everything out. This hooded lady figures out Lydia is hiding on the west coast and points out the exact spot where she's laying low. The hero reveals Lydia was in total danger and connects it to the massive flood that hit right after the Horde left the capital. Locke says he's finally opening up about his search, but honestly, nobody knows if he's actually telling the truth. The masked guy just smirks, admits he's pretty banged up, and says he's going to go say, "What's up?" to Dob. Locke announces they're finally swapping info with Pedro and the Sirens, which means this part of the search is officially over. Locke looks around super carefully, totally shocked, and asks if this is really Mr. Chad's place. The guard snaps his head toward our hero, demanding to know who he is with a look of total suspicion. The guards at the gate realize the hero is a fellow Mr. Chad fan and immediately offer to back him up. The guy lets Shannon in for a quick minute, but he's clearly having some second thoughts. She says sorry for the chaos and tells the worried guard she's totally okay. The crew creeps into the building, totally on guard, since they know traps could be hiding anywhere. They spot a massive courtyard right in front of the building, and their jaws drop at how huge it is. Out of nowhere, a pack of red coyotes jumps out and starts attacking our heroes. Our hero steps up to handle the Class B monsters solo, telling everyone that even though there's a ton of them, they're basically total weaklings. Locke heads back to Patra and finds her having a total blast. Petra says sorry to the animals and explains that they're just trying to get through. The wild animals are totally losing it, getting super aggressive and blocking the path to protect their turf. From behind, Patry looks like a giant, scary ant, baring his teeth and getting ready to strike, making the whole situation super intense. A bunch of animals surround the girl, but they actually scramble away the moment she starts talking. She happily tells the animals that everything is finally peaceful again, and she's pretty sure she's the one who saved the day. Locke thinks she's pointing at the kids in the building ahead, and she even calls him Dad because she totally trusts him. The heroes charge up the stairs and find the basement entrance, realizing they're finally close to where the prisoners are being held. Chad Shannon Admire starts flexing his big brain, acting like he's got every single move planned out perfectly. Inside, the group starts plotting how to make bank by selling people instead of curing them, while also bragging about how those lab-made magical beasts are worth a total fortune. This worker is itching to join the next raid and show everyone he's actually got what it takes. Our hero sees the sleeping flower is actually working and thanks CL for coming through with the help. Locke calms the kids down, tells them not to freak out, and asks how they're all doing. The girl spots Raylan and yells his name in total relief, knowing he really did come to rescue her. She tells everyone they'll definitely find a way out if they don't quit, and she even says she knew backup was coming the whole time. The girl admits she was always raised to be super tough, and now she realizes everything is going down exactly how Ryland said it would. She shuts down the offer and snatches the keys because she's in a massive rush. She says picking the route is a lady's job, and our hero is so shocked he asks if she's actually being serious. She says she's been waiting forever for a chance to run, but she was super worried about how to lead such a huge group to safety. The girl shouts to let the rest of the prisoners go, totally hyped that the heroes showed up just in time to save them. This little girl is asking exactly what she needs to do to help set everyone free. The squad is celebrating their big win, and everyone's hyping up Patry for her clutch moves, saying she's finally becoming a total lady. The crew is stoked that everyone's safe, but they're already gearing up to scrap with those red coyotes who are still a huge threat. Patrick brags about how terrifying he is, but the rest of the crew isn't really buying it. Patra hypes the girl up, telling her she can totally pull it off if she just gets fierce enough. This girl looks like she's totally got this. The squad agrees to hunt down a magic tool to see the future before heading back to Greaser, knowing this mission is a huge deal. Locke asks Grizzick to watch over the kids and their little sister Raylan, and the hero just smiles and says he's on it. Grizzly's ready to jump in, but he freezes up looking super confused. The merchant explains he reached out to his family in the capital and sent one of them over, while the girl admits she's really starting to miss her big brother. The guy asks her what's up, but she's super confident and says everything is under control, thanking him for the backup and reminding him that they've got to stick together. Grizz gets a serious look on his face and says tomorrow is gonna be crazy, teasing that something big is about to happen. Locke looks at the building and realizes they have until 6 p.m. tomorrow to prep, and he's hyped because this gives them a massive advantage. The whole hall is buzzing with people eating and drinking, and you can tell this is one massive celebration. One guy raises his glass for a toast, while the other hangs on every word, making it clear this is a super serious and official event. The crew talks about where the monster auction is going down, and with so many people showing up, you can tell this is a massive deal. Grizz tells the hero not to sweat it, because for any deal over 100 million, he always shows up in person to handle things. The auctioneer welcomes the crowd and shouts that the bidding is officially open. First up is this guy from the Dragon God race, and he's kicking things off with a bet of 100 units. The bidders are going nuts, throwing out higher and higher numbers to win. Fenrier is totally down to help Locke crush the auction and take home the win. Our hero spots Grizz betting 500 units, and everyone else at the auction is completely shocked. The auctioneer shouts that 500 units is the top bid and asks the crowd if anyone else is going to step up. Locke thinks 500 units is a solid deal since these creations are usually way more expensive on the market. Grizz thinks 500 units is a total steal for a god dragon, especially since they're so hard to control that nobody even wants them. He jokes that everyone expects him to act like this since they all see him as a rich, spoiled brat. The auctioneer shouts that the next item is a super shiny Class C pearl, but it's a total nightmare to catch since it's a combat type. The Mermaid Queen steps onto the stage, and the whole crowd is totally blown away. Grizz is dropping 100 million, showing everyone he's dead serious and ready to blow a massive fortune. The other bidders spotted Grizz, and since he's such a big deal, the whole room instantly got super nervous. The bidding war is getting totally out of hand, with one person dropping 130 million and another hitting 120 million as they fight to win the prize. Grizz suddenly jacks the bid up to 300 million, leaving everyone speechless and showing he's dead set on winning this thing. The auctioneer asks for one last raise, but since the room stays dead silent, the guy is officially sold for that final price. The trader shouts out the winning bid of 300 million and shuts the whole auction down for good. Grizz starts flexing about his rich dad to show everyone at the auction he's the boss, while Locke just thanks him for the help. The rest of the group is totally down to settle the score, and they're already gearing up for the next move. Chad drops Mr. Grizzly's name, making it totally obvious that this guy is a major player in everything going down. Chad's giving you major props for making that auction a total success. Grizz is busy scribbling down some kind of contract while Chad keeps bugging him to hand it over. The guy in the long coat says he'll ask it a different way, but only if he sees they're actually hungry for more info. Grizz starts asking about the fishermen raiding the city, hinting that those crazy rumors we've been hearing are actually a huge deal for what's happening right now. Grizz is totally shocked to find out almost every creature here is illegal, proving just how big this problem really is. The merchant starts telling everyone that Chad is actually kidnapping orphans and turning them into slaves, using Chad's scary reputation to make the lies sound real. Grizz reveals he's even mastered a magic tool for seeing the future, proving he's a total expert. He looks around with a dead serious face, noticing that everyone is acting super sus while trying to play it cool. Ched calls out Mr. Grizz for being a jerk, saying this magic device test is super sketchy and that he doesn't trust him one bit. She looks totally stressed, or maybe just angry, probably trying to figure out her next move. Grizz spills that after the kidnapping, the girl was trapped in a basement with other orphans, proving Chad is a total monster. Ched totally expected Grizz to back him up, and he brags that the whole city trusts him because he's the big boss around here. Grizz points out that Chad totally let something slip right under his nose. Chad finds out her name is Nayuda Louise, and she's actually from a top-tier Dukes family, which leaves everyone else totally stunned. This girl claims Chad actually kidnapped her and locked her in a basement, making some seriously heavy accusations against him. Nayuda claims the chat only snapped because the White Wolves attacked the city first, making the accusations against them way more serious. Chad is completely stunned to find out it's the Louis family, and he can't wrap his head around how any of them are still alive. The girl shows off a tattoo on her neck, proving she's actually the daughter of Duke Ludovico. You can see a family crest tattoo right on her, which proves she's officially a member of the Louis family. They spot the crest on the announcements and ask what it means, so the girl explains that the symbol proves she's a true member of the Ludovic family. Grizz says every noble family has a secret stamp for these tattoos, but they keep it hidden from most of the family because it's actually super dangerous. Grizz says the truth is about to drop, and we're finally going to find out who these guys really are and where they actually came from. The merchant is trying to figure out who he can actually trust, the Duke's daughter or just a regular slave trader. The tension is through the roof as Grizz barks at Chad to surrender, making it clear that things just got dead serious. Chad is totally thrown off by everything happening, and he's got this huge look of shock on his face. A bunch of guys with weapons suddenly surround our heroes, and you can tell a massive fight is about to go down. Ched is totally shocked and super annoyed, yelling that every single guard in this city is supposed to be working for him. He gives a smug smirk and calls Grizz a total idiot with too much money, acting like he's way better than him. Chad tells the group to stay sharp, because if this deal falls through, things are gonna get ugly. Locke tells Shannon to stay put and watch closely, because he knows exactly where Chad is heading for his next big move. Grizz thinks leaving Shannon alone is a huge mistake and insists that they have to stick together to keep everyone safe. Shannon goes all out and swings her weapon at the enemy, making this whole fight feel super intense and dangerous. She fights back with everything she's got, showing off some serious skills and proving she's ready to take this threat head on. Everyone is totally losing it and getting seriously freaked out by Shannon's insane powers. She brags about training with Fenrir and makes it clear she's a total pro at martial arts. Shannon is totally shocked when she finds out Locke actually called her cute. He walks right up to the heroes with a huge grin on his face. The heroes start talking about the slaves, and when one says the story is super long, you just know this whole situation is a total mess. The guy shows off the mermaids he's got locked in special tanks, making it clear he's totally ready to sell them or start using them. She thanks Loki for the help, but she's definitely back to owing him big time. When the hero realizes he needs to thank the dragon for helping him out, he's totally blown away and feels so much respect. Dracula is losing it over the 300 million price tag for the mermaid, and Locke tells him it's for real. The dragon is totally fuming, yelling that he won't stand for anyone putting a price tag on the legendary dragon gods. Locke tells the dragon they gotta move fast and get that mermaid back to the ocean right now. The dragon says fine, but he calls the hero out for being totally heartless, making the whole vibe super intense. Our hero was in a massive jam because he was busy trying to catch the mermaid queen. Grizz tells Chad straight up that running away is a total waste of time. These traders are demanding a surrender, and they've even got a witness to prove their claims are true. Chad admitted he loved hearing everyone out and was actually vibing with all the crazy stuff going down. Mustache Man says her testimony is only a problem if she stays alive, basically promising to take her out. The Fishman is darting through the water, making the whole situation feel super intense and chaotic. Ched and Locke lock eyes, and while one is smirking, the other looks totally stressed out. This dude in the hat and long coat screams that it's finally time for payback for every single time they treated him like trash. The fishermen suddenly surround Chad and look ready to throw down, totally catching him off guard, since he was the one who sent them to fight the heroes in the first place. Chad points straight at Pedro, calls him an enemy, and finally realizes exactly what's going down. She tells him straight up that following Pedro would have landed him in a jail cell, and she's not kidding about how bad he messed up. Chad is totally shocked and asks why the heck the mermaids are even teaming up with the fishermen. She tells everyone to stay cool because they've already figured out the enemy's secret plan, and that's exactly the edge they need to win. Shannon is totally losing it, screaming that Chad betrayed them by using the fishermen against the mermaids and promising he's gonna pay big time. Chad isn't about to let their plan work, and he's jumping in right now to flip the script. The guy is totally losing it because a snake just popped out of nowhere. Things are getting super intense on the ship, and Chad is so freaked out that he's actually begging for help. Locke talks the mermaid queen into rushing back to her kingdom, acting like a total boss and staying super calm while everything around them is falling apart. The queen steps up and promises to follow Locom, proving she's totally loyal and ready to back him up. The mermaid is handing her crown over to her daughter just so she can join the hero on his massive journey. The Sea Queen asks our hero to be the girl's friend, smiling as she offers to team up and really work together. Locke agrees the slave contract is officially trash and wants to get the whole group's opinion first, while the girl next to him looks totally shocked but ready to trust him. Out of nowhere, the queen pops the question, and the hero is left totally shocked and confused. Locke shuts down the marriage proposal but lets the girl join the squad instead. The queen is super hyped to team up, but then she casually mentions she's literally just bone marrow right now. Just then, a mysterious hooded figure shows up, and you can't even see their face. She gets a totally serious look and says the name Lydia, making it obvious that name holds a huge connection to her past. Under the moonlight on the beach, a person in dark clothes tells Talida that all the research was stolen, and there's absolutely nothing left. A hooded woman explains that Lydia went totally silent after they split up, and she says it was actually better that way, leaving the other person looking super confused. This lady warns that eternal darkness is coming and swears she'll silence Lydia for good, making the whole situation way more intense. The fight kicks off out of nowhere as Lydia lands a massive hit that triggers huge explosions, and even though she's pushed back, the other woman manages to stay on her feet. The woman is freaking out, saying that even though Lydia is a beast, she's got to be seriously hurt. She's in total agony as those crazy, endless fires of hell start pouring all over her. Out of nowhere, this creepy skull dude pops up with glowing magic symbols all around him. Skull reveals herself as Demort, Lydia's mistress, and her being so calm while things are this heated is seriously freaking the woman out. The woman's jaw drops when she hears the name Demort, and she can't believe a monster that powerful is actually standing right in front of her. Demorti admits she stole those science papers just to bait the heroes back, and she's totally down for another round if they don't give in. She's totally stunned to see a creepy skull figure, calling it the Great Sage, and asking why it's even there while looking super stressed out. Reese points out how crazy it is that Lydia's student is also stealing science papers, and even though it's a total coincidence, she's actually pretty hyped about it. She turns back to the hooded guy and asks if she can ask just one more question. Lydia demands to know why this woman is so desperate to bring a demon back to life. The hooded guy claims he didn't even make that demon sphere and says it was already there, which totally blows the other guy's mind as he tries to make sense of it all. Lydia had her doubts at first, but she's finally starting to believe the woman is actually telling the truth. Our main girl hits up Reza because she needs a massive favor. Lydia sees the girl's insane magic and says she's got real talent, but warns her that she's going to pay big time for what she just did. She tells her to quit moping and use this prison time to level up her skills for everyone else, while making sure she really thinks about what she did wrong. Riz is totally caught off guard and looks super worried, but he chooses to believe the mystery guy, and Lydia chimes in, saying a sage with advice this good is definitely legit. Ched got thrown in the slammer for rebellion and breaking slavery laws, and now he's just sitting in his cell looking totally stressed out. A few days later, Riz is under investigation and gets slapped with a massive prison sentence, but she's actually got this weirdly happy look on her face. Rayland and his sister hit up their relatives to figure out their next move, finally deciding to live together and start their own family. After getting totally played, the fishermen slowly started making things right and becoming friends with the mermaids again. The heroes look around and see the city is finally quiet after all that chaos, and Grizz nods, saying things are finally back to normal. Grizz thanks Locke for the massive win and says the whole town finally knows what a total fake Chad really is. This squad of humans and monsters finally pulled it off, and they only won because they all teamed up to do the heavy lifting together. The hero thanks the merchant for having his back and shows him some serious respect for helping out when things got rough. This place is super creepy, and just when the heroes start bragging about their wins, something crazy goes down. This mysterious dude is actually starting to sweat, admitting things are getting way too crazy even for him, and he immediately fires off a spell to deal with the danger. Suddenly, a dragon appears, and it's totally locked inside a giant crystal.